chain reaction. I felt a building up inside when suddenly, oh, it was more that I can bear. More that I can bear. When I saw you walking down the road with someone, I couldn't believe it, it was true. Oh, it was true. I find it hard to sleep at night. This jealousy is burning bright. Visions of somebody else torments me to distraction. Oh, yeah. I think of him making love to you. It's more, it was more that I can bear. It was more that I can bear. Oh, yeah, girl, walking down the road with someone, I can't believe that it was true. It was true. When I saw you walking down the road with someone, I couldn't believe it was true. It was true. When I saw you walking down the road with someone, I couldn't believe it was true. It was true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Coming out and dance if you get the chance. We're gonna speed on around. All I wanna know is how far you wanna go. Fighting for survival. Underneath the stars where we park the cars, ain't showing signs of stopping. Pretty little girls naked to the curves, ready to lay under coffin. If you wanna go, I'm gonna go. I got a fire burning, gonna take my hand. Hope you see your man. Baby, it's gonna be a big one. Baby, it's gonna be a big one. When we see the lights and we the fights, it's gonna be a stunner. I've got something here. If you give me one more beat, I'm gonna color on. I don't wanna say what I have to say. If I kick it if you wanna go, I'm going back down south now. Come and take my hand. I'm going back down south now. When we see the lights and we those fights, I'm going back down south now. I'm going back down south now. I'm going back down south now. On a starry winter night in Portugal, where the ocean kissed the southern shore, there a dream I never thought would come to pass came and went like time spent through an hourglass. You made love to me like a fire and rain. Oh, you know your love got to be a hurricane, killing me with kisses so softly. You made love forever, baby. You made love forever. Oh, I ain't gonna let you go that easy. You got to say you love me too. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. I'm gonna give it all to you. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese love. Harbor nights we made love till the morning star. Then you crooned a song to me on your guitar. Was it so familiar calling soft my name? Sunlight dancing slowly through love's window pane. You made love to me like a sugar and spice. Hush my broken heart, this must be paradise. Killing me with kisses so tenderly. You made love forever, baby. You made love forever. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. You got to say you love me too. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. I'm gonna give it all to you. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese love. Say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, baby. Portuguese love. Say it to me, say it to me, say it to me. She told me that I'm not enough.
love that. Humility as well. Ready? One, two. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting maybe in the next 15 or so minutes. There is a little traffic build-up, and I believe it's an accident, correct? So some of our participants are still trying to get here. So hopefully in the next 15 minutes and at this time, you can probably get to know the people on your table if you don't already know them. Okay? Yes? Thank you. So you're the least of the apostles.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check.
closer to the foot of the bed, and softer than the shadow and grey garden flies. His arms are all around me and his song in my eyes. Be still, be calm, be quiet now, my precious boy. Don't struggle like that or I will love you more. For it's much too late to get away or turn on the light. The Spider-Man is having me for dinner.
starts so slow. I could have loved and waited for 1,000 years. I have to let her go. I got to let her go. I got to say goodbye. A hard woman to please, yes you are. Hard woman, a tough lady. I got to say goodbye. How can I say goodbye to my baby? How can I say goodbye to my baby? Yeah, yeah.
It's another tequila sunrise, staring slowly across the sky. Say goodbye. It was just a hurried hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may have just a few more minutes before we start. I know I got your hopes up for a second, didn't I? I know. That was for spite. Seriously, I did that on purpose. Sorry. But, sir, excuse me, you said he's a trouble man? Okay. That's the pit table. Put your hands together for the pit table right on your right-hand side here. They're there. That's it. I need some help here. Can I get your assistance? All right. I would need you to I'm going to say something and you have to know what you have to do, okay? All right. If you're happy and you know it. Wait. No. Wait. It's gone off course already. All right. It's a good thing we're not they didn't record that. Work with me, people. They did record it. No, don't say that. Get the rhythm. Social workers, I know you all have a lot of rhythm. You go into the communities, you bless people's hearts, you all are encouragers, and I know that you have rhythm as well, right? Yes. No, all you're saying as if you all mean that. Come on, man. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. If you're happy and you know it, clap here. I done. Forget it. Are you all looking at me here? Work with me. If you're happy and you know... Josanne, no. Just now, you have to get, if you're happy and you know it, clap your If you're happy and you know it, clap your Somebody off on the right-hand side. I'm feeling it. Yeah. Pit, come, work with me. Okay. If you're happy and you know it, somebody, well, if you're happy and you know it, stamp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stamp your... Oi. If you're happy and you know it, and you ain't too proud to show it, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. All they come good. But here what's going on. Is there anybody that can sing? Because I'm sensing, and I feel this gentleman here in Pitt, I feel he could take us into that song. Put your hands together for Pitt, come. Sir? We are at your command, okay? Tell us what to do, and we shall follow. Right, ladies and gentlemen? There you go. Come on, you have mouth all the time. Let me hear you, Mr. Pittman. Come. I want you to sing, and whatever you sing, we shall follow you. We are your chorus, girls and boys. That's okay, that's fine. That's okay, we'll help you. Spoken word? What are you good at, sir? Talk to us. What are you good at? Because you are mastering Pitt. So that, look, he's taking the stage. He's taking center stage now. So you know what's happening here? What I get myself into. All right, so, sir, you have made center stage. Come do a little note, something for us now.
Possibly I could take the opportunity to welcome my colleagues here this morning.
Aww.
Obviously, would have given up a lot of stuff to be here to celebrate this auspicious occasion.
Indeed.
And it's nice to see different persons from different agencies making the effort to be here to try and celebrate and bring some camaraderie in this sector that seriously and desperately needs some support and some recognition. I also want to say that I'm happy to see some persons I haven't seen in a long while. And I think this is a good opportunity for us to merge and partner with places like with Dr. Bujam from the university. We have the ex-minister of social.
That's okay.
I think we have a really good panel here today to be
Yes,
a productive and useful day.
indeed.
And it's not just for us to engage in dialogue, but to dialogue in a serious direction to bring some progress for us and the future social workers. And also, I would like to put a plug. For the TTAS, who are here present today, that all those who are not members, they have to take the opportunity to become members because they're very useful group. And I also want to close by thanking my director, Ms. Santa, for making avail 14 to 16 of our members of staff to be here, directing us to be here, ordering us to be here. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for this opportunity.
You left us speechless. Thank you so very much. No, but I love it because, to be quite honest, I am a fan of each and every one of you, and I'm not just saying this because. When I think of you all going into the trenches and really doing human service, I mean, we appreciate you. I appreciate you. I love you. There was a song that came to mind, and I was asking the gentleman, our team there. We're not doing it right now, but there was a song that I thought of, and it's by this guy. What's his name, boy? But it's about appreciation. Appreciation. All right. All of you know that it's Johnny King, but you want to pretend that you're so young that you don't know the Johnny King. They're looking at me like, who are we talking about? Who, me? Yes. It's a song that I believe really says who you all are and what you all need, that appreciation generously. And so hopefully a little later on we'll be, and I don't want you to leave, we'll be interacting, and that song says a lot about who you are and how we as a people have to appreciate our own. We have to appreciate our people. And I'm hearing somebody saying, because, you know, sometimes you could be working very hard, as you all do, and yes, you would like to know that somebody is saying, yeah, good, well done. Even though the people in the communities are saying, well done. Because when they see you all, let me tell all you something. When you go into those communities, you are like Superman, without the cape, Am I correct? Because they think that you are coming to solve all their problems. And in your hearts, that is what you want to do as well. So when you reach home, you keep taking all that with you as well at home. I'm not a social worker. I do a little bit of counseling, but I could well imagine what you all do and how you all feel. So a day like today, I remember when the minister mentioned, she said, I want them to feel appreciated, and I want them to know how much we love and we know what they're doing and feel. I missed that one. Oh, look what I get myself into here now. So that, but you know what I'm talking about, right? And what? And was it? I know you don't. Yes, so I am telling you from the onset, we're going to have a lot of dialogue, and I'm sure that you're going to be able to, bear your heart and what you think is necessary. But I needed to let you know that you are loved and you are appreciated, and I affirm you. I thank God for each and every one of you, because aside and apart from doing what you do, you have your own families as well. So that's another responsibility. Some of us have two. No, but she's right. She's absolutely right. Because everyone here has their own sphere. You have your own thing going on. So I am here to let you know that we really do want to celebrate you. You are awesome. Yes? And thank you, sir, for taking the mic. I'm glad that I chose you, Yeah, you come good. Put your hands together for him. I like the way he said that there's some people that don't know you all don't know each other. And yeah, this will be a time. And I just want to warn you, on each table, you need to choose someone that has a voice. That's all I'm going to say. All right? You have to choose someone that has a voice. I will tell you about it later. All right? Someone that can sing. All right? So, be warned. Be warned. But I do believe we should be starting in the next 10 or so minutes. Is that okay? Traffic and all that. Yes? Can I remind you, though, that we have to turn off all the mobile phones or put it on silent? Did we say good morning to the online persons? Are they on as yet? Are they? Good morning. Could we just give a loud round of applause and say good morning to the online people, please? Good morning. It's a pleasure to have you on board. Okay, so online participants, you are to post your questions in the chat on the Zoom platform. Right? What else do I need to tell you as I make up time? What else do we need to know? Okay, all the panelists, you have 10 to 15 minutes to present, and this can be done either sitting or standing. What else do we need to know? Remember to complete your evaluation forms, and which will be posted in the link. And you may also use the QR code to access the evaluation form online. And this too will be posted in the Zoom chat. Yes? Or they get quiet on me now. I can't sing, I don't know what to do. Dance, anybody want? No, okay, sorry, I just got carried away there for a second. So let's find out where you're from. Is there anybody from Aruka? Is there a Aruka team? Put your hands up if you're from Aruka. All right, that fall flat. Anybody from Tobago? Put your hands together for Tobago. No, all right. Tunapuna, what about Tunapuna? Put your hands together. There's Tunapuna. Excellent. Anybody from Aruka? Aruka. Where else? Anybody from... Anybody from... where else? Josanne Wells, can I ask her? Anybody from Princess Town? Put your hands together for South Boy. This is what we're talking about. Good things come from south, well, all over, but south as well. Point Fortin, anybody from Point Fortin? Point Fortin, excellent. Somebody said she's not sure where she's from. Okay, well, that's on another level there, and maybe not for this forum. Not sure where you're from. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Put your hands together for Shogunas. Thank you, sir. Shogunas. Anybody from Central? Arima. I said Arima already. Oh, Arima. 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 Anybody else? Anybody else? Quite Penal in truth? Put your hands together for Penal. Wonderful. Separate. But I said south. Did anybody? When I said... All right, sorry. All right, okay. Put me in my place. So it's Coquier. What about Coquier? St. Madeleine? Yes? Moruga? Tabaquite? Losiro? Wallerfield? Well, I would. Cunupia? All right, we're going up to Cunupia. Anywhere? Diego Martin. What about Diego Martin? Didn't. Put your hands together for Covine. Put your hands together for Covine. All right, so that's it here, I think. So right about now, we should just start asking. Put your hands together for I love it. Somebody said Mova. Who said Mova? Put your hands together for Mova. Nice. Barataria Sawa. Great. Good. So what should we do now? I know, I've got a fantastic idea. Just say yeah. Just say yeah right now. Hear the idea I have, right? When I point to you, you will stand up and say how old you are and how, what. All right. Sorry. All right, sorry. All right, okay. All right, okay, all right. Okay, maybe not. All right, okay. All right. I say good idea. Oh gosh, I want a song or something, man. She wants a little bit of Roberta Flack. Who is the boss singer? Do we really have a boss singer here, seriously? Are you serious? And you have me here, apart from our singer that's going to mash up the place in a few minutes. There's another boss singer we have here? Put your hands together for our social worker / vocalist. Come, Lamani, you have to give us a little something. Give us a little something quick. Give us a little something. Are you ready? All right, so we have to introduce her. What's your name? What's your name? Margaret? Ladies and gentlemen, on this day, this is it. We are hearing that social workers are extremely multi-talented. Is that true? Yeah, boy. Can we have a mic for our social worker / one of the cordless? Ooh, I love. Ooh.
Yeah, man, right it up, man. Nice soda.
Hold on, hold on. Let me just. If there's a time when you take your time. Hold on, please, please. The words, the words, the words. I'm a little nervous. Hold on. This will come.
Don't
You'll
worry, we
get
caught you
this.
off guard. We will wait. Do you
Yes.
need any backups though? Seriously, do you need?
Mine at all.
All right, okay, so I'm glad that you said that. So how many do you need? You need about 3?
I need this table.
Just this table?
I need this table.
Excellent.
I will cue you guys in.
Great. So this table, could you stand please with our vocalist? She needs some backup. I love it. Put your hands together for the socialites. Coined by Josanne.
If there's a time when you think you're all alone and your heart is all troubled, know that you'll never stand alone. Don't despair, 'cause in your heart he's always there. And regardless of the fall, remember you can stand tall. You never stand alone. He'll be always there. He's waiting at the throne. I'm always there. Remember what I said. The Lord is always there. Remember you can never stand alone. Love will can you buy? If there's a time when you think you're all alone, just remember he's standing. He's always on his throne. Don't despair, 'cause in his heart you know you're there. And the message, oh, I say, just go to him all the way. You'll never stand alone. He'll be standing by. He'll keep you from the storm. He'll hold you when you fall. He'll be there when you all the time. Love is standing by. Now these
Thank
are
you
not
so-
the words. I just figured that. I can get.
Thank you so very much. Put your hands
Thank you.
together for her, please. This is powerful. A lot of talent here in this room. We are getting ready to start. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's please stand for the national anthem. Please remain standing as we are led into a time of prayer with Mr. Luke Sinnett. I'm not sure. Ask the lady.
From the love of
Are you making a presentation? Oh, no, yes, you can take it off.
the fires of hope and prayer. With boundless faith in our destiny, we solemnly declare.
Side by side we stand, islands of the blue Caribbean Sea. This our native land. We pledge our lives to thee.
Here every creed and race find an equal place, and may God bless our nation. Here every creed and race find an equal place.
And may God bless our nation.
O Supreme Being, the Almighty One, we seek your divine presence among us today as we gather both virtually and in person for this very important session, the National Symposium in commemoration of World Social Work Day. God, we know that this ministry and the work we do is very important to all our people, and we benefit and will benefit the development of our country. May our proceedings be fruitful with the opportunities for sharing with each other in a spirit of mutual respect and dignity as we seek to build and enhance our society. Bless our activity. May this event be free from any negativity and misfortune, accident, or incident. May your omnipresence always be felt at our ministry and throughout our country. We give thanks to you, dear God, for those blessings that we have received and those we will receive. And we ask you to bless each and every one. May your peace and love continue to be with us now and forever. Amen.
You may have your seats. As you realize, we are following protocols. Minister of Social Development and Family Services, Senator the Honorable Donna Cox. Permanent Secretaries at the Ministry, Ms. Jacqueline Johnson, joining us virtually, and Ms. Sheila Sitaran. Deputy Permanent Secretary, Jasmine Pascal. Mr. Hanif E.A. Benjamin, President, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers. Mrs. Anne-Marie Elborn County, Vice President, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers, and other members of the association. Our esteemed panelists, Ms. Verna St. Rose Graves, social activist, grandmother, mother. Dr. Cheryl Ann Budram, lecturer, social worker, the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. Mr. Sule Atiba Anthony, that is Anthony Joseph, counseling psychologist, Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Management and staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, our distinguished participants and social workers joining us both in person and online, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be part of this National Symposium in commemoration of Social Work Day 2022. I am Nicole Larson with you, and I will be taking you through the proceedings this morning as we explore several areas and issues in the field of social work and also discuss some of the emerging trends in the field. I am certain that at the end of our proceedings today, we will have a greater appreciation of our social workers and their role within the social landscape of Trinidad and Tobago. We would now like to have a safety briefing .
Thank you very much. To our distinguished guests, one and all, a pleasant good morning, and welcome to the Quartet by Marriott. My name is Steve Hill. I'm the lead loss prevention officer for our internal security team. My time with you all this morning is to briefly inform you all that in the event of an emergency, our necessary steps that we need to take to get to our muster point. And to begin with this morning, we do not have any scheduled drills. So if you do hear the sound of our emergency alarm, which is a pulse beat that we're going to be hearing running continuously, our next step is to get to our muster point. And in doing the same, we're going to utilize the closest exit throughout the building, which is our main entrance. We also have the second entrance that you could utilize as you exit either door. You proceed west along the corridor, straight to the end of the said corridor are push-bar doors. Proceed to the front of the hotel, car park area, on either side the main entrance, as well as this way just identified to the west side of the hotel. You're going to proceed across the street directly in front of the hotel. That's our lawn area, where our muster point is marked off in a green and white sign. If for some reason either of these exits became impossible, you all can utilize, as you proceed to the Quartet Terrace, straight to the east, we have a small black gate on the southern side of the wall, same push-bar mechanism, and from there, the same procedure follows along the pathway to the front of the hotel, making it safely across the street to our muster point area. Just bear in mind, when we have to get across the street in front of the hotel, it's a one-way. So most vehicles, again, proceeding in a westerly direction. From time to time, you do have some folks that may venture proceeding east. All right, just bear that in mind. All right, our restrooms are back into the lobby area. Just a little bit you're going to proceed to the elevators. There's a short corridor on your right. Male and female rooms are right there, back to back. Bear in mind also that when we proceed to the muster point, a head count must be taken to ensure the safety of all personnel, all guests. So now I do leave the floor open for any questions at this time. All right. No questions. Okay, thank you. All right, this has been my time with you all, and thank you once again for choosing the Quartet by Marriott. Do have a safe one. Thank you. Let me hand you over.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to invite the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, Ms. Sheila Sicharan, to the podium to deliver welcoming remarks.
Thank you. Minister of Social Development and Family Services, Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, Permanent Secretary Jacqueline Johnson, who is joining us virtually, Deputy Permanent Secretary Ms. Jasmine Pascal, Mr. Hanif E.A. Benjamin, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers, Mrs. Anne-Marie Elborn, Vice President, Trinidad and Tobago of Social Workers, and other members of the association, our esteemed panelists, Ms. Verna Santos Graves, social activist, mother and grandmother, Dr. Cheryl Ann Budram, lecturer, social worker at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. Mr. Sule Atiba, Anthony Joseph, counseling psychologist and board member of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Management and staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, our other distinguished participants and social workers joining us both in person and online, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you all for your presence here this morning as we highlight the achievements of social workers in commemoration of Social Worker Day 2022. This symposium provides an opportunity to increase the visibility of social workers as we recognize their immeasurable contribution to the future of society, social justice, and human rights for all. Today's discourse centers around the theme, "The time is right for social work." And this is indeed timely, as the paradigm of social work provided by government ministries and agencies to the vulnerable population across our country has shifted considering the socio-economic challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is important to note that although this symposium is targeted to social workers, this forum is indeed valuable to society as a whole, as I am sure many would agree that we are all social workers, as we work together to address issues and challenges faced by the destitute, the indigent, the mentally ill, persons with disabilities, victims of natural disasters, grieving families, and other vulnerable groups in our society. Today, I want to encourage us all to continue to do our part. As Helen Keller once said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." We each can contribute to reduce poverty, ensuring that no one is left behind. This doesn't always require money, status, or privilege, but adopting and demonstrating attitudes which allow us to put ourselves in the position of those who are most in need. I wish to thank Trinidad and Tobago Association for Social Workers for their partnership in this venture. The ministry looks forward to expanding our relationship and celebrating the many success stories that emanate from today's forum. Let me also take the opportunity on behalf of the Minister and executive team of the ministry to salute our social workers at the ministry. We also salute all social workers throughout Trinidad and Tobago, community activists, teachers, non-governmental organizations, and other civic organizations who continue to work tirelessly to provide a better quality of life for the vulnerable. I do hope that today's activities would not only serve as an occasion for reflection and renewal, but would contribute meaningfully towards a more resilient Trinidad and Tobago. Once again, I welcome all. Thank you.
Thank you. This symposium, though conceptualized by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, is being hosted in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers. To bring greetings from the association on this occasion is Ms. Anne-Marie Elborn, County Vice President of the association. Let's welcome her at this time.
Pleasant morning to all gathered here to celebrate what we know to be social work, and those of you who are online, to the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, Permanent Secretaries in the Ministry, Ms. Jacqueline Johnson, joining us virtually, and Ms. Sheila Seacharon, Deputy Permanent Secretary Jasmine Pascal, and Wendy Guy Hernandez, Mr. Hanif E.A. Benjamin, President of the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers, all our esteemed panelists of speakers, Ms. Verna St. Rose Grace, Dr. Cheryl Ann Budram, Mr. Sule Atiba, Anthony Joseph, of course, our moderator, Ms. Josanne Leonard, our mistress of ceremony, the media personnel, again, good morning. On behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers, and on my own behalf, I welcome all of you to the Social Work Symposium, commemorating World Social Work Day. This day calls attention to the need for deeper thought, revolutionary planning and engagement, with the aim of creating a paradigm shift. A paradigm shift that builds on its history and strengths, while embracing and integrating technology into practice at every level. This day also calls attention to the need to step into other roles and structures as systems evolve, allowing us to be relevant as we seek the well-being of all people. Certainly, this is a day in which the world unites annually, bringing social workers from every corner of the globe to stand together to advance one common message. This year, as we assemble to recognize our hard work and diligence, and I use the word diligence deliberately, the theme, "The time is right for social work," could not have been more appropriate. The People's Summit, to be held from June 29th to 2nd July 2022, advances a vision and action plan that focus on the creation of a new global value, policies, and practices intended to build trust, confidence, and security for all people and the sustainability of the planet Earth. We would have heard our own Marshall Montano in India singing about saving the soil. Social Work Day 2020 represents a grand opportunity for the movers and shakers of the social work profession to bring together all social networks, community stakeholders, and global partners to articulate and advance suggestions on the values and principles which will enable all people to have their dignity respected. Their dignity respected through a shared future. Let the 2022 World Social Work Day act as a platform to begin this conversation, engaging all, allowing for the collective voices to say what kind of world they wish to see and to live in. I urge all social workers to get involved in what can be considered a mass movement for change, starting today, as we deliberate on the theme, the time is right for social work. As we celebrate ourselves and reflect on the possibilities in terms of depth and width of our profession, I wish that your deliberations today and beyond will be fruitful as you navigate and ventilate the topics on the agenda. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and again, my warmest welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just give me a second here. Thank you very much. We now move to a musical interlude, which will be a song rendered by the 2014 Digicel Rising Star, Miss Nisha Guy. Let's put our hands together for her.
Good day to all. Good morning to esteemed guests. My name is Nisha Guy, and I pray that you continue to have a good day. Thank you, Ms. Cox. There's a hero. If you look inside your heart, you won't have to be afraid of what you are. There's an answer if you reach into your soul, and the sorrow that you know will melt away. And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you'll finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. It's a long road when you face the world alone. No one reaches out a hand for you to hold. You can find love when you search within yourself, and that emptiness you felt will disappear. And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. Oh, the Lord knows dreams are hard to follow, but don't let anyone tear them away. Hold on, there will be tomorrow. In time, you'll find the way. Then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive when you feel like hope is gone. Look inside you and be strong, and you finally see the truth that a hero lies in you. That a hero lies in you. That a hero lies in you.
Let's hear another round of applause. Let's hear another round of applause for that beautiful rendition. Mariah Carey's. Mariah Carey. And that song depicts who our social workers are this morning. Frontline workers, you are heroes. Give yourselves a round of applause. Coming to the podium next is a person who we all know and appreciate as the captain of the MSDFS ship. She is often described as having an expressive and passionate disposition, yet very focused and on point whenever she addresses an audience. She is resolute in making a difference in the lives of the vulnerable through empowerment and by ensuring that there is a client-focused approach in the delivery of services, also bearing in mind that the dignity of the ministry's varied clients is always preserved. She continues to direct the way forward for the ministry in terms of policy and legislation, decision-making, and most recently, the digitalization thrust for the social sector. It is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to invite you to stand as we welcome to the podium to address you Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Good morning, everyone. Joining us virtually, Ms. Jacqueline Johnson, our Permanent Secretary. Sheila Sicharan, Permanent Secretary. Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ms. Jasmine Pascal. Mr. Hanif Benjamin, President, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers. Mrs. Anne-Marie Elborn, Vice President, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers, and other members of the association. Ms. Josanne Leonard, our moderator for today. Our esteemed panelists, Ms. Verna St. Rose Graves, social activist, and a person I admire for her passion for social work. Dr. Sharilan Budram, lecturer, social worker, the University of the West Indies. Mr. Sule Joseph, counseling psychologist and member of the board of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, I want to give a round of applause to our entertainer, Ms. Nisha Guy. Management and staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, our distinguished participants and social workers, our heroes joining us in person and virtually. A round of applause for our social workers. Members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is both a pleasure and a privilege for me to welcome you today to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services World Social Work Day Symposium. The theme of this year's celebration, The Time is Right for Social Work, is as timely as it is necessary. And if ever there was a need for a national conversation on the role of social workers and their tremendous contribution to the national agenda, that time is now. The development of social work in Trinidad and Tobago can be traced to the formation of the Coterie of Social Workers in 1921 by the late Audrey Jeffers. Ms. Jeffers was a social worker who advocated strenuously for the rights of women, irrespective of their marital or educational status. She provided free lunches to poor school children and went on to establish homes for the elderly, the blind, women in distress, and day nurseries. She was also at the forefront of the establishment of the Breakfast Shed in 1926, a forerunner to the school feeding program, and 10 years later, in 1936, became the first female to be elected to a seat in the Port of Spain City Council. Today, the highway on the foreshore, just outside this establishment, the Audrey Jeffers Highway, is named after her, indicative of the extremely impactful contribution she made to the landscape of social work in Trinidad and Tobago. More than a century later, as this country slowly emerges from the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic, the role played by social workers during the pandemic must be examined. Aligned as it is with the overall theme of World Social Work Day 2022, co-building a new eco-social world, leaving no one behind. Today's symposium is but one way for practitioners to consider the evolving trends in the profession, with the aim of providing even more effective social services to the vulnerable. It is expected that today's event will serve as an opportunity for social workers all over the country to share information, build knowledge, and establish networks of support. I am indeed impressed by the laudable objectives anticipated from this symposium, namely, to profile and provide higher value and visibility for the work done by the ministry, to highlight the evolving roles of the social worker, and to further the development of a cohesive, holistic, and coordinated network of support for social workers. I also recognize the valuable contribution of the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers for its partnership with the ministry in hosting this very important symposium. Today, as we commemorate World Social Work Day, I want to pay tribute and express my sincerest gratitude to the many dedicated social workers of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and indeed, all social workers. I want to express a heartfelt thank you for your towering level of expertise, service, and commitment. Your commitment and extraordinary skill sets were evident, especially in the crisis management aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The timely interventions to casework, group work, and community emergencies brought tangible relief to thousands of citizens and opened up the prospect of enhanced resilience for all of us. And this was particularly critical over the past 2 years and contributed to the ministry's ability to deliver without interruption the much-needed COVID-19 social support measures initiated by the government. Quite appropriately categorized as essential staff, social workers remained on active duty throughout and were instrumental during the assessment and verification phases of 1 and 2 COVID-19 income support relief. And one of our clients, in recommending the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, in a social media post of August 10, 2021, remarked, and I quote, "The Ministry of Social Development is the only ministry that kept serving the people of Trinidad and Tobago throughout the pandemic. We all know that a country's greatest strength in trying times is its human services," end of quote. And I dare say that this client was absolutely correct, because our social workers provide the technical knowledge and expertise to the management of the ministry's call centers, which fielded numerous calls on a daily basis from citizens seeking assistance. They also provided psychosocial support to existing and new clients of the ministry. They conducted verification and certification of applicants for grants. We partnered with NGOs, CBOs, and FBOs to deliver hampers to hundreds of families who were negatively impacted by COVID-19, including those who were terminated, retrenched, displaced, and received less salary because of the situation. We provided technical support to the design, construction, and operations of a temporary shelter for socially displaced persons. The latter was particularly critical during the restrictive phases of the COVID-19 pandemic management. Throughout the social service sector, social workers worked arduously and creatively, sometimes redesigning their intervention strategies to better suit the changing environment. Using several digital platforms and in instances where online services were inaccessible, social workers continue to provide in-person service during the pandemic. So there can be no denying, therefore, that through their myriad roles of advocate, counselor, therapist, educator, coach, and networker, social workers have been going beyond the call of duty to meet the needs of our nation's most vulnerable. And we commend and encourage such behaviors, as the modern-day social worker must transcend typical expectations and must be capable of rising and adapting to the new needs and challenges of society. In an attempt to effectively manage the social safety net, the ministry anchors its efforts within the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, namely Goal 1, poverty eradication, which it delivers through the consistent allocation of public assistance grants, food supports grants, COVID-19 and general assistance grants to vulnerable persons in various communities. The ministry also aligns its goals with Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, which seeks to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. And we continue to collaborate with non-government organizations, such as our partners for this event, the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers. We also work in partnership with community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, and other stakeholders as part of our expanded, multifaceted, responsive approach to protecting the vulnerable. Such collaborations focus on the impact of service delivery on individuals and families, helping them to realize their full potential, thereby reducing their vulnerability and alleviating poverty. As we reflect on the sterling contribution of social workers throughout the social services sector, I urge you to continue to nurture and build resilience in the midst of these uncertain times. A major component in developing resilience is care for oneself. Paula Lopez, the Managing Director at the Department of Psychology and Educational Consultation at the Fairview University in the United States, in her contribution to self-care, said, You must see self-care in helping professions such as social work as important because it, and I quote, presents the key ability for professionals helping other people to face their problems, help them to get the satisfaction from work, to preserve the strength to provide help, to eliminate the negative effects of their profession, and to sustain emotional, physical, and mental well-being, end of quotes. In other words, we are saying that in order to help others, you must also help yourself. You must also take care of yourself, and I urge you to do that today. Social workers, you are change agents and drivers of social action. You have a responsibility to ensure that no one is left behind and that policies and legislation that promote the dignity of our most vulnerable are supported. I encourage you to continue to advance purposeful actions that promote social justice, particularly among our vulnerable groups, including the socially and economically disadvantaged, whose situations have worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic. So today, I give you the assurance that social workers will continue to have the support and respect from the executive and management of the team from the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services as we work together to help, empower, and transform the lives of our clients. Together, we can make a change. In this regard, I have the distinct pleasure of announcing the inauguration of the first ever Ministry of Social Development and Family Services Social Worker of the Year Awards. Beginning in 2023, this award will recognize the social worker whose contribution to the advancing the mandate of the ministry has been most outstanding and impactful. Further details on this award will be made available at a later date. So as I close, I'm feeling I'm hearing some excitement here. So well, you all have to endeavor to win, okay? No, we want to start next year so that we will give you all the opportunity so that you will aspire to win. So we're giving you enough time to get ready. And as I close, I express my heartfelt thanks to all of you who sincerely committed to making this event a success. Most notably, I would like to thank the distinguished panelists whose composition and expertise are as diverse as the society we serve. I extend my best wishes for a productive and informative symposium, as the time is always right for social work. Let us all work together as we navigate life in this new normal. I thank you.
Protocols continue to be observed. Thank you, Minister. Isn't that a wonderful note to end on? An award for your service. Come, put your hands together. I really think that deserves a round of applause. Excellent. Right now, I would like to invite Permanent Secretary at the Ministry, Ms. Jacqueline Johnson, no, rather, Ms. Sheila Sitaran, as well as Deputy Permanent Secretaries Jasmine Pascal and Wendy Guy Hernandez. Please make your way to the podium because I believe there's a celebratory cake and hopefully all of us will be getting a slice and Minister? We need a song to stick the cake, I am told.
Jerusalem ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalem ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana ndawo yami ayikholana mubuso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami ndawo yami ayikholana mubuso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami ilondoloze 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 zungangishilana ilondoloze 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 zungangishilana ndawo yami ayikholana mubuso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami ndawo yami.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you very much. And that was a cake specially made for you, social workers, on this auspicious occasion. Okay, so we are getting into the aspect of the symposium. And to moderate our distinguished panel, I wish to invite Josanne Leonard to the podium. I have to tell you a little bit about her, as if you need to know. Josanne is a professional specializing in strategic communications, government relations, public affairs, and stakeholder engagement. She has extensive advocacy experience with international agencies. She's also an experienced radio and television broadcaster and a producer, and she is our moderator for this morning. Let's put our hands together for her.
Very much, Nicole. All protocols observed. I happen to be sitting at the table with the minister, which was not planned, but thank you, Minister, for letting me squat. Before I actually start, like Nicole, I wanted to add my very personal sentiments to not just the commemorative aspect of today, but the real importance of the work that the social workers do in our country and across the world. If I was sitting in Whitehall, I would ensure that this ministry is super funded, because the work that it is. So I don't know what Dr. Rowley would say with me getting up in the ministry thing and saying this thing, but and I think, you know, my role is here to moderate, so I can't eclipse the panel, but I feel as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago that it really is important to be said. And I say that not as someone in a professional capacity. I think we all know that with COVID, is that me? Yeah. Oh. Oh my goodness. That, you know, it's been talked about, the fact that the deep inequities and cracks that existed came more to the fore. But I would posit something else as we go into the panel, because I'm hoping that it's going to be touched on. I know you could bank on Werner for sure. But this issue of social justice and equity is now no longer just what would be considered the traditional vulnerable. And I stand here saying that I am testament to being someone who I now consider to be a vulnerable person. And so the challenge now is to not just be thinking, which is not to poo-poo the fact that we've had these deep cracks and crevices that we need to address, but that COVID has now made so many of us much more vulnerable. I'm a single mother, single parent, adult children. I don't work full-time. So, I mean, I could use my story. And I think part of what we have to grapple with as well from the ministry perspective, and I'm hoping that this will come out in the discussion, is that even this, and Minister touched on it, and I think, our Vice President touched on it, this idea of redefining what is considered vulnerable and in fact reaching people where they are. So I just wanted to kind of posit that before I went into what I'm really tasked with doing today, if I could, because I was making copious notes while everyone was talking. So I'd really like to thank the team, Natalie and others, for inviting me to be a part of this. I would have come anyway, maybe storm. I'm really good at that. But I'm really very happy to be part of this. And hopefully what we do here today, while there's the celebratory aspect of it and the commemorative aspect of it, that with our online audience, and particularly those of you who are in the trenches, that we help to build a greater awareness of the importance of social work, not as them poor people that you just had to go and do something for, but that social work and the work of social workers, as the saying goes, the time is right, the time is now, is about each and every single one of us wherever we are. So on that note, I'd like to once again welcome the panel who've been sitting very patiently. Hanif Benjamin, Werner St. Rose Graves, Dr. Boudram, and Sule Joseph. Anybody knows anything about me? I'm very, I'm not big on formalities. It doesn't mean disrespect, so if I lapse into calling you by your first name, please forgive me. I hope that's allowed. I'm clearing it, yeah? So I'd first like to, you've been told by the MC, Nicole, you did a great job keeping everything going while you were waiting as well, that you have the option of using the podium or talking from where you are, yeah? So it's entirely up to you. You're cordless, so you're cool. So I'd first like to welcome Mr. Hanif Benjamin, the talk on the changing paradigm of social work. Hanif?
I'll make sure. Minister of Social Development and Family Services, Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, Permanent Secretary Jacqueline Johnson, who is joining us virtually, Permanent Secretary Sheila Cicharan, Deputy Permanent Secretaries Jasmine Pascal and Wendy Guy Hernandez, my dear Vice President of the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers, Mrs. Anne-Marie Elbon County, and all my other executive members present here today, the esteemed panelists to whom I have the pleasure of sitting and working besides today, and the Ms. Werner St. Rose Graves, Dr. Cheryl-Ann Boudram, a lecturer, and Mr. Sule Joseph, counseling psychologist and board member, management and staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, our distinguished participants and social workers, joining us online and in person, or as the young people say, in real life. Members of the media who will capture my very best side today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. the spray. Woo! The spray. But to the National Symposium today, Social Work Day 2022, the time is right for social work. The time is always right for social work. And the reason why the time is always right, because social work is the only profession that can sit in every other profession. I don't know if you heard me. Social work is the only profession that can sit in every other profession. And thank you. They have me special up here, so. Right, you all hearing me good, right? No? Right. And the reason why that is so significant, and every single class that I teach on the very first day, whether it is at the University of the Southern Caribbean, UWI or Custard, the very first thing I tell my students, you are entering into a profession that transcends all. And if that doesn't tell you the power that we possess as social workers, then you better wake up. And the pandemic, which I have called the greatest revealer of all times, told us, smack dab from day one, that without social work, the country would have been far worse than where it is today. Yeah. And I say that because in the earlies, I remember I sat on a committee, one of the very first committee put together by the Honorable Prime Minister, to deal with the social ills or the social fallout of the pandemic, one of the very first committees. And the conversation there was, how can we get to people as quickly as we can so that the fallout will be mitigated? And so, Honorable Minister, I thank you for spearheading, because the recognition that not only we needed to get to the vulnerable and not so vulnerable, because what the pandemic did, it pushed the vulnerable over the precipice and the not so vulnerable holding on by a fingernail. And we social workers through the ministry had to go out there, COVID or no COVID, to get the job done. And I thank you for that. The time is right for social work, and my area is a change in paradigm in social work. And I think my vice president coined it best when she spoke about the change, more so even online, where we are now seeing clients online, assessments online. We have to now talk about the ethics of online and all these different things. It tells us that social work in its current form is moving. Over the last 10 years, we have moved leaps and bounds. But where are we as a country? Where are we as a people, as a social worker? My concern has always been working in the system. So many social workers graduate every year from associate level, bachelor level, and master level, but are not seeing the social workers the way the social workers should be seen. So it speaks to where we are, and what we do. Now, I will not stand here and not speak the truth. We are also responsible for the change that is required. Can you as social workers online and in here say that we have been doing what we need to do to move the profession forward? What I see, what I hear is great individuals, powerful individuals, but weak organizations. I see powerful people doing powerful things in their own corners, but I don't see the bridges that we must cross together. I do not see the buildings that we will build together. And so today, moving forward, and as the president of this association, it gives me great pleasure to speak to the things that we must look forward in moving the paradigm, whereas a profession who can sit in every other profession, that we move as one. It starts with Trinidad and Tobago Association of Social Workers. We must be recognized as the association for social workers across the board. And I like the fact that when the ministry called, they called the right people, because there's a recognition there. Thank you, Natalie. But beyond that, it hurts me to sit as the president with so many social workers graduating, but so few registered members. I tell people this, and I make no apologies. People ask, what can we do for them? I said, no. What can we do together? I cannot go to a bookstore and ask for 10% discount. I cannot go to a restaurant and ask for a 5% discount on behalf of social workers if I go in with 20 people. This is going to make no sense. But if I go with 5,000, we might get 20%. So it means that if the paradigm must shift, we as a people must do so together. Are you ready to do your part? Is what I must ask. We must build a profession. Before you come out of law school, you have to register into the law association. Before you leave med school, you have to be as a matter of fact, you can't even practice law without being a member of that association. So as an association, what we have embarked upon and building from the past executive is legislation. We must be legislated, and Minister, we will be coming to you as our spearheader, as our captain of the ship, to take us to Parliament, where we will be asking to be regulated as a profession, where when you want to speak about or with and or around social work, you come to TTSW by law. We as a legislation must be here to license people. Yes, I'm hearing it live. Live. That is the reverberation I'm hearing here this morning. We must build legislation to license so that we can put people where they belong, their profession, their training, and their development. We must license so to be directed by the educators to know what it is we are expected to learn and what it is requiring of us out here. The other area, as we change the paradigm, is practice. One of my angst has always been, and I have discussed this with Dr. Boudram on many occasions, what we learn and teach in school and what we do out in the field. We must bring it together. And so there must be a lot of work if we are to change the paradigm when theory meets practice. Because too often people think that anybody could be a social worker. And that is far from truth. Minister, you warm my heart when you start to talk about the roles of social workers. Say, but look, nobody can do what we do. No one. Psychologist has their role and their responsibility, and we have ours. There are people who are aligned to social work, but they are not social workers. I often say, because you're a nurse and you was in a theater with a doctor for 30 years doing operation, when doctor go on leave, you go on leave too. You're not going to say, well, I was doing this for 30 years so I could be an acting doctor. We must be able to move theory and practice in a way that dignifies what we do. Because this is a science. This is a science with theory. And in order for us to move this paradigm, we must begin to use that. We must begin to look at the theoretical formulation and look at the practical formulation, and we must bring it together. There's a lot for me to discuss today, but be listening for the general meeting of membership come later on this month or early in April, and I expect to see as many thousands as I see here today. So before I go, a call to action. Minister, I will be writing to you because we need a home. We need permanency. The association need permanency. As a profession, we need to be stable. And we recognize your ministry as the standard bearer, holding the most social work and most social systems in the country. And we want to work closely with you to advance all people, not just vulnerable people, but all people. Call to action number 2. We need you to register and to be a member. We need your expertise. We need your guidance. We can't do it alone. And if we want to be recognized and to have our seat at the table and demand it, not by force or by fight, but by sheer experience of who we are, then we need you to be a part of this organization. Minister, I'm going to take a bold step to say that in relation to Social Worker of the Year, I will be speaking to the executive as well and see if we could collaborate on that. So that will be a thing now moving forward, and I'm truly excited by it. And I'm glad that you brought it up first because my executive told me to bring it up here today for you. So I was very happy that you have 10 steps ahead of me in that regard. I love that. I want to say thank you to the people who are indeed on the executive, Madam Vice President and team, Leah for leading this charge. Thank you for answering the call. It is not easy to volunteer when you have a lot going on. And I appreciate that, although I might get frustrated, although I'm miserable-ish sometimes. But I thank you. If we all come together, and I'm excited by the conversation today, if we do what we have to do, and what we have to do may not always be easy, but we live in a society when it becomes hard, we disappear. That is why I appreciate people like Werner, who stand and say what needs to be said, when it needs to be said, and how it needs to be said, even though it may not be pretty. But part of our role as advocates, through a social justice lens, command us to get up and do what we do. So social work is not just giving a food card or going under a home visit, but we have to advocate for people who didn't even know they need advocating. We have to get up and we have to do this. We have to do it through education, through consultation, and through partnership, like we are partnering with this ministry today. So I thank you for allowing me this moment, this space, and this time. And I look forward to the panel discussion as we delineate more and more about social work. I thank you, and may God continue to bless us all.
Thank you very much, Hanif, for that very moving presentation. What I would suggest that can happen is we could drop the salutations. We're all friends here. And we can just go into our presentations. We like to encourage our online participants to post your questions and your comments in the chat. We have a very well-coordinated team from the ministry that will be doing its best to cull your questions so that when the Q&A time comes, they can be posed to the panel and some other panelists that we're going to have some discussions. So now I'm getting confused with all my people because you see I'm writing, I'm making plenty notes. So I think, Werner, you're up next. Yeah, Werner is up next. If I look for the program, I should just leave it open here. Yeah? Great. So up next is one of my favorite people, Werner St. Rose Graves. Werner, coming to the podium, or you're staying there? Oh, honey. You're staying there? Safe zone. Safe zones. She's staying in her safe zone. So you have a title here, Self and the Social Worker. And I know this issue of social justice is something that I know will be a center point of what you will focus on. So it's all yours.
Well, I'm trying to be pretty, Hanif. I'll try to be pretty this morning, so I may not.
You will not
I may not
misbehave.
venture there.
Okay.
But good morning. Where do I begin? I want to begin with part of what I went through in preparing to come here. I'm 72. I celebrated my 72nd birthday 10 days ago. I feel as if I've worked 172 years, so I don't have to tell all you I'm tired. All protocols being observed, Minister Cox, the permanent secretaries, the association, all you beautiful people, some of my former colleagues, some of them I consider my children, never mind all of them nearly old like me now. But in order for me to come here, and I want to say a special thanks to P.S. Johnson, and she abandoned me, but I understand, who I think was instrumental in convincing me to put in an appearance, because I like my jupa, I hardly come out. Most of my conferences is in the supermarket and the pharmacy. But coming here, and for this week leading up to this, I had to go through a process as I usually do. And you would have heard me say Roberta Flack this morning, Trade Winds Are Blowing, and Simon and Garfunkel. And for the younger ones, Google is all your friend, all you will understand. But social work suffered a loss. And this morning, as I was getting dressed, and I sprayed on my perfume, I thought about her, and I honored her. Nestor Patrick has left the building. And again, to those of you who are younger, Google is your friend. Or find an older social worker and talk about Nestor Patrick. Nestor loved perfumes. She loved the very best in perfumes. And every bottle she possessed, particularly when she traveled abroad, there was a story attached to it. And those stories usually involved some gentleman who saw her and who was so in love with her. They were always wonderful stories. So, Nestor, I honor you, I honor your work, I honor your memory. Thank you for what you have done. Thank you for being one of the few people who believed in me and who understood what I was about. Today I wish that I could sit here and just tell you stories. And out of those stories, there will always be learning. But I can't do that. Because today, I am here as a pusher. There's a drug that I am on, and I have been on from that high. And I want to share that drug with you all. And I want all you to take that drug and run with it. I've pushed it in several areas. I've pushed it in NGOs. I've pushed it where I've worked. I've pushed it in conferences and documents. One of the problems is it's so simple. It's so everyday that people don't see it as important. I worked it up the islands, and like that, people want it. So I come here again today, and I am the pusher. And I want to start the pushing by telling you a story, one that I'm sure you've heard before, because I don't say anything new, you know. I've been saying the same things in different forms, time after time after time. Some people pick it up, some people don't. My father, George Philip Lynch, was a monstration by birth. I think he was the person in my life who I can't describe what he meant and what he continues to mean to me. I was about perhaps age 5. My father would take me and stand me in front of a mirror. I didn't know that there were good mirrors and bad mirrors. We weren't rich people, but my father always ensured that there was a good mirror in the house. And he would stand me in front of that mirror, and he'd stand with me. And he'd say, look at you. Look at yourself. Look at your head. Look at it. They say it big. Yes, it's big. You know why it's big? Because it's holding the most important thing in your body, your brain, and you have a big brain. And he would go through all aspects of the physical. He'd say, look how you look like me. Because truth be told, I used to be walking Frederick Street, and people used to come up to me and say, you're Lynch's daughter. My father worked at TNTech. He was a TNTech police. And everybody would say, you look like your father. And he would go through the whole thing about why I look like this. And then he would go internally and talk about thinking and your heart and feeling and asking me some critical questions. And when I answered the questions, he would go into those questions and do his own kind of analysis and clarification and guide me a certain way. And that continued for most of my childhood. Even until I became an adult, it changed shape and form, but that kind of schooling, that kind of engagement with myself, that kind of centering me and planting me in terms of a base and belonging, it stayed with me, and it will never leave me. But it takes me now to another story. In 2013, it must have been, I had been going through a lot of challenges in terms of social work, in terms of the politics, in terms of all kinds of things. And I distinctly remember, I wonder if I have it, if I could read it, because if I go to explain it, I would take much too long. There was a dear friend of mine who felt very deeply about what I was going through. She was in pain, she was tortured by it. People were saying all kinds of ugly things. I guess I had made some statements that did not sit well with the public and did not sit well with the government of the day. And she was torn, and she called me. And she said, Verna, Verna, how do you handle all of this? Where do you go? How do you cope? And she said to me, where do you go inside of you? How is it that people can say all these hurtful things about you, and yet you come up smiling, ready to engage, and it doesn't stop you in your tracks? And I laughed, and I said, I didn't answer her. My answer was clear. It was connected to what my father had done with me, the process that he had put me through. Because what he had done was establish in me my personhood. Who am I? Why am I? Where am I? What are the things that hold me up? While I'm talking here, every one of you here and virtually have an opinion of me, you know. You thinking it? Does that matter? It matters to you. What is important for me in the moment? It is who am I? My character, how I present myself. I am not going to allow an angry public or people out there who do not understand what I'm about to beat me down, to silence me, to throw rocks, and I spend my time catching them. I do what is required. I do what is inside and what I'm directed to do. And I do it without fear. I do it without bowing to anyone. I do it without selling my soul. And for that, I am grateful. And that is what I'm trying to push this morning, and I hope I have buyers, you know. Because over the years, I've developed a program of sort, a structure of sort, knowing self. When P.S. Johnson asked me to present, I was asked to do self-care, and I asked to shift it to self and the social worker, because I think it's important for us to know self. If we do not know ourselves, we can't take care of it. We can't use it. We can't do anything with it. It is important for us to understand the importance of knowing who we are. So, as we said before, the time was always right for social work. Now is the time for social work to up its game. And I hope that if they bite, that we can use this in a way that will help us to up our game. All right. So let me read a little bit now, because I can talk for the rest of the day on this topic, and I don't want to do that. So I'll read a little bit. My life and my work as a social worker have taught me that knowing self is a critical aspect of personal growth. It is a prerequisite to understanding others and one's environment. It assists us to better unpack the complexities of the human condition. It is the foundation to building a kind of consciousness that is crucial to the elevation of our humanity. Knowing self provides insight into our feelings and thoughts. It throws light on how we feel about important life issues. It helps us to view situations with non-judgmental lenses. A positive sense of self strengthens us to do the work that is required to create the change that we imagine, that we want, and that we need, that Trinidad and Tobago needs. Social work has also taught me that in problem solving, which is at the core of what we do, no matter how well thought out our policies, our procedures, and our practices might be, nothing is more important or effective in implementation than the use of self. But how can we properly or creatively use a self, again, that we do not know and we do not understand? To take care of that self, we must be able to identify what it needs. At the core of our many challenges is a lack of self-awareness. This negatively affects parts of our lives and our transactions, both personal and professional. We have not paid sufficient attention to it as a critical aspect of empowerment. Empowerment has to do with the change in ways in which we think and the transformation of our thinking into action. It assumes that we have to shift our thinking and that self-analysis is an important part of that change. My years of doing social work in different settings have convinced me that this is necessary and needs to be applied. So I believe that we must develop a teaching curriculum and methodology to assist persons in general, but in this instance, social workers in particular, to understand who we are and how to find comfort with who we are and with each other. This curriculum is what I'm pushing today. How do we develop a curriculum? A curriculum that will force us or encourage us to look at who we are, to ask questions of us, to come up with answers to those questions, honest answers to those questions. Now, I have a draft that I have done over the years in terms of how it has to be done. But as I say, because it is so simple, people don't think it's important. but I am convinced it is the key to answering a lot of the challenges that we have in the country. And I want the social workers associations and social workers out there to at least give it some consideration, take it on board, and let's see how we can work through that, how we can develop a curriculum that will force us, that will encourage us, that will perhaps have to drag some of us to honestly look at ourselves, to understand who we are, where we are. I heard Hanif talk about the power of the profession. We will not move to do what we can do if we do not think that we can do it. We sit and we complain too much. We don't have the resources. We don't have the salaries that we want. We don't have this. We don't have that. But what do we do about it? And I think that going through that process, asking those questions of ourselves, answering them honestly, will give us what we seek and what we need to move us, to remove that fear that we have. It's a lot of fear. To give us the courage. And that is where the self-care comes in. Because many of us struggling for breath, you know. We're screaming and we're crying and we're going down. And when we reach a stage where we want to collapse, then we reach for something and say self-care. The easy things, which are generally, I go home, I cry, I bawl, I watch plenty TV, I listen to music, I do some shopping with money that I don't have, become a salary low. Yes, and I'm going to keep stressing that for you all. You know, I turn around the furniture because I feel that if I shift the furniture, I could shift my vibes. I put up the blackout curtain, but the blackout curtain, no blackout the world, you have to come out and face it again. And we have to get a deeper kind of self-care that connects to what we do. A self-care that is ingrained in the training our students that we're bringing into the academy. How do we prepare them? Yeah? Why are we as social workers so afraid of psychoanalysis and whatever is needed for us as we go through training? We are graduating people who, if we are honest, we should be saying to them with love and with generosity, we appreciate you want to be a part of the profession, but we think that you would do better somewhere else. Yeah? With all the love that we can muster. We work next to people who do awful things. Don't tell me that you're a good social worker and you stand shoulder to shoulder with a social worker who brutalizes children on the job, who does the most horrific things. You do not say anything. When I talk, you find I should not. We cannot afford to do that anymore. So we have the self-care has to be ingrained in the training. We are graduating students who do not know how to deal with hunger, who do not know how to treat with poverty, who do not know how to enter community, who walk in fear when they go into people's community, who do not respect community history and community traditions and poor people. We are dealing with virtual learning. We are dealing with all kinds of things on the internet. And I'm a troll. And I go on the internet. I have a lot of time to do that. And I track social workers. And when I see some of the things, I accept it from ordinary people, you know, because well, you're not ordinary, we're extraordinary. And when I see the comments that some of us as social workers write, it breaks my heart. And I often ask, is it that we think that our clients are not on the internet? How can you help people that you do not like? How can you help people that you do not respect? How can it be that there's a shutdown during COVID? The Prime Minister announces the closure of schools. Poor women, daily paid women, who if they miss a day work, they can't buy food, they lose salary. They ask of the Prime Minister, what are we to do with our children? And social workers say, what happened to them? They feel they make them trend for the Prime Minister. What? Find some way to look after all the children. What do you expect the Prime Minister to do? Social workers. And at times like these, I'm glad that I don't leave my house, because it means I'll have to meet them and be pretty, as Annie said. And it's difficult sometimes, but I continue. So we have to do things in ways that doesn't depend on taking care of self after the fact. It's like we grab these candles, scented candles, we burn the bush and the incense in the house, we listen to all the music. It's almost as if we're grabbing for a flotation device on a ship that is going down. I ain't going down on that ship at all, yeah. So let us work to put the self-care inside of everything we do from beginning to end. The training, the practicum, the where we do the training. We cannot continue to send social workers, young, bright, creative people into malfunctioning institutions without proper supervision to be trained. What do you think will happen? If you put your foot into a stinking gym boots and you pull it out, what do you think will happen? Yeah? Our problems lie in our communities. I challenge you all to put the training, the practicum in the community. Send social workers into the communities.
Okay, well, I'm going to interject because I know we have a chance to have a little more interaction.
Oh, I went over my time, as I told you.
Plenty time to it.
That is why I was trying to read. So, maybe, as I said, I have the curriculum of sorts. It's a draft, it's a sketch in terms of getting people into knowing self, asking the questions, answering them honestly. I think the problem is the people who must conduct it, because it's a hands-on work that has to be done, have to be specially trained, and I think people are afraid of that. So I'm pushing for us to start that work. I like action. There's a curriculum to be developed, to be tested, and to be worked through and to be applied, not just to the public, but certainly to ourselves first, and then to the public wherever we can do it. I give thanks to you for having me. I give thanks for you listening to me, and I trust that the work will go forward. We can discuss this further in the deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Verna. Anya, I was supposed to stop her before, but I think that I really would have done a serious injustice to do that, so we'll make the time up otherwise. And I also want to thank you, because I made a big, bold note, and I got up to the podium, and I forgot to do it, to say that we must recognize Nesta Patrick, you know, and her passing, she batted a good innings, 90, I think.
She 99, she'd have been 100 in August.
She was short, yeah. In fact,
August.
I just had a little communication with Aisha, her daughter, last night. You know, because I remember that going to that house in Mount Lambert, quite a formidable woman.
The saga girl of social work.
So saga girl of social work. And certainly, as Verna said, you know, we tend not to know those on whose shoulders we stand. So the fact that you don't know who Nesta Patrick is, just go Google her, University of Google. And she really should be recognized for her immense contribution in social work. All right, so you're talking about education and shifting that paradigm, Verna, which is a good cue for me to invite Dr. Budram. I'm sure that her talk on education goes beyond educating the social worker, because you're talking about the educational sector as well. But certainly, with the work that you do at the university, it's it's a good cue to invite you to do your presentation now. Are you coming to here?
I'd stay for the interest of time. I think I can do it from here.
Okay,
That's
great.
fine.
All righty.
Yes.
Okay.
Once the camera takes me.
Right. And when I come back to the mic,
I'm directing.
I'm giving you all a hint, right? I'm going to go and sit down. And when I come back to the mic, it's because I'm really supposed to be telling you to wrap up.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. And I know that we have all been really edified by the presentations of the panelists. And I want to warmly thank the ministry for allowing me the opportunity to represent the social work unit. I don't see this as a presentation, my presentation, but really a discussion into what the unit or reflective of what the unit has been discussing for some time. And I have to say that this morning at 3 o'clock, I woke up and I said, I need to do over this presentation. You know, I've been working on this for the past few days. I thought I had this thing neatly wrapped up and packaged, as all good social work educators, I guess, would have done. I had history and the present issue, and then I moved on to talk about what does social work mean for the future. And I've been asked to speak about social work education in the future world. And then at 3 o'clock this morning, I said to myself, that presentation is an academic presentation, and persons here are practitioners. And so I want to speak to you from a presentation I did at 3 a.m. this morning. And the first thing I did when I came here, one of the first things is to neatly. So look, I'm still holding you to that. But I feel as though the universe has brought all of us together in this discussion, because what I'm hearing are so many persons also discussing the things that I thought I needed to discuss, and the imperatives for social work and social work education. And as I present, you too will understand just how the universe has perhaps brought all of us into this space. And I want to recognize that I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. I first want to recognize my mother, Oma Budram, who, if she knows me mentioning her name, would probably want to strangle me. But from whom, as a little girl, I saw kindness and humanity, and really the pursuit of helping people, not just helping people in a superficial way, but in a way that promoted their human worth and dignity. And I stand on other giants. I stand on persons like you. Many of you know that I'm the practicum coordinator at the university, and I've served in that position for a few years now. And our students are the ones that are nurtured by you. And so I'm standing on your shoulders as well, standing on you as giants in social work, and I recognize that. And so my presentation initially was social work education for the future world. And I've given it a subtitle, Growing, Thriving, and Leading. And I want to talk a little bit about growing the profession. Social work educators now are required to do things differently, to step aside from a very managerial approach to social work, to step aside from something that may be wrapped within systemic issues that may act as barriers and challenges to our delivery, but to grow a profession that is reflective of all of us. When I read my students' practicum reports, when I engage with them in talking about theory and how it's reflected in practice, I get some students that are confused. As a student myself, and more so as an educator, I look at the theories that we use, and I don't see myself reflected in many of those. And I look to the person to the left of me, to the right of me, and I perhaps don't necessarily see those persons as also being reflected in what we do. We come from using very westernized models, models that perhaps do not integrate our sources of knowledge. We need to grow the profession so that the profession looks like us. And it doesn't look different from even the people that we serve. And so education, social work education for the future, needs to be reminded that we need to be inclusive and provide access to those persons who themselves we have called vulnerable, who themselves are at risk. And you know that adage, for us, by us, that comes to mind all the time, that social work education is supposed to provide access to those persons who have experienced some form of social, some issue, to also come into the profession, and for the profession to grow and be inclusive. And I'm also talking about a gender disparity that we might be seeing, where if you look in this room right now, we see that there is an imbalance, a disparity in the persons that are providing service. And there is nothing wrong with it, of course, with more women providing service. But our profession has to be very inclusive to also be able to attract men. Yes. Men. And I'm saying that because of what our students talk about. of how sometimes we need men or male social workers to reach young male clients. So we need to be inclusive and encourage respect into the profession that will allow for that, and many others. And so we need to grow the profession. We need to have the profession thrive. So beyond providing access, in terms of social work education, we also need to recognize the need for social work to thrive in the communities, in the social work, what I call the social work industry of Trinidad and Tobago, and thrive in a way that there is continual professional development and a focus on continuing professional development of social workers. And that means that as social workers, we have to understand the importance of lifelong learning. Social work in a future world requires us to focus on lifelong learning and continuously work towards lifelong learning. And then leading. And I want to stay a little while in leading to talk about social work education for a future world. And I thought that instead of doing this massive PowerPoint, my first one was about 20 slides. I said, oh God, no, people will feel in class again. So cut it down, Sherry, cut it down. So I cut it down to 10, and then, well, I just have 5 key points now that I want to talk about. The first one, and I'll talk about it again, legitimizing Caribbean knowledge and practices in social work. I hear Mr. Benjamin talk about the disconnect between theory and practice. We've engaged in those conversations. We have engaged in those conversations. And why is there that disconnect and that disparity? We have not legitimized Caribbean knowledge and Caribbean practices, our culture, in our social work practice. And that, I think, is where some of the disconnect emerges, in that legitimizing. We have not valued what our experiences are as social workers. We have not valued that. And so when I engage with social work students, and I engage with you all as practice teachers for our students, I hear that. And I hear almost as if we're covering down that indigenous knowledge that we have, those experiences, and trying to jigsaw puzzle it into a world of Western knowledge and Western practice. But you know what? Those westernized theories perhaps does not necessarily apply to us in totality, because the experience in the global north is different from the global south. And so we have to make this legitimizing one of our key priorities as we move forward. A commitment to social justice was the second point. There is a need for us to re-examine issues of justice and social justice and fairness for all, of wealth going to particular groups of persons, and for us to address growing disparities that have been emerging. When we look at, when we have a commitment to social justice and social justice ideals, then it means that we are also supposed to look inward. We need to look inward, because there are some systems or systemic barriers or structural barriers which exist even in when we deliver services to our clients. And I call it the parking lot phenomenon. I tell my students that don't go out there, and recreate this parking lot phenomenon. Before COVID-19, of course. You ever tried to go to a mall around Christmas time? Everybody knows every year there's no parking space, and you drive around and around and around. It's like sometimes driving around, if anybody is a student and trying to get a park at 4 o'clock. We drive around and around. But we have a parking lot phenomenon where we feel, and it's like employment, we could take any issue. We want to increase employment for young people. And if a parking lot can accommodate 100 people, we have 100 people, and our programs and our services only accommodate 100 people because of limited resources. So what we do is we shift around the cars, but guess what? It's still only 100 people that are there. So that's the systemic barriers that I talk about, and we need to look at that. We need to look inward, because that is very much tied with our commitment to social justice. And it means, therefore, that as social workers, we need to understand that we are reinforcing unfair practices with our clients. And I pause there because I want you to take, if there's one thing you can take that into your practice. Because in social work education and preparing students for the future, we need to have them reflect on how they may be reinforcing unfair practices to the clients that they have, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Because we've taken for granted so many things, and we have taken for granted knowledge that we sometimes assume that this is how it's always been, and it's how it's going to continue. Addressing growing disparities is also one of the things I had put up, and it's so good that Josanne talked about it. Because right now at the social work unit level, we've all united to do research. We're conducting research on how the pandemic has vulnerabilized persons who previously not deemed to be at risk. And guess what? Many of us in this room may have been part of that. As social workers, you probably would have had to leave your children at home and go out to see your clients. But your children too needed to be supervised through online learning and through other virtual platforms. You probably would have also had persons that were affected by COVID-19, loss of family members, you deal with your own grief and trauma. And so I do agree, and we are in the process of identifying communities of persons that may not have been viewed as vulnerable before the pandemic, that have been placed or pushed in a position of vulnerability, not forgetting those persons who are already in those cracks. It's just that those crevices that we had before has become cracks, and the problems have been intensified. I also want to talk about digitizing social work education and digitizing social services. But we need, as social work educators, to prepare our students for that. But remember also that we must be cognizant of digital poverty, which still exists. So we cannot be talking about digitizing of services, and still there are so many people that do not have access through digital poverty. Social innovation, and that's the next point that I wanted to raise. Social innovation. When we talk about innovation, we talk about maybe the steel pan being innovative, technology, we talk about technology, we talk about WhatsApp, we talk about computer systems. But there is something called social innovation that we as social work educators are now trying to prepare our students for, to deal with what we call complex issues or wicked problems that have multiple textures or sources, and that are experienced by multiple different segments in the community. And finally, impactful research, to reject taken for granted knowledge. And you know, a lot of people say that the university is an ivory tower with persons that are there that are so disconnected from reality. At UWI St. Augustine, the practicum has moved into creating a community project in one of our fence line communities where our social work students use that as their practicum experience. And that experience has shown us, that project has shown us the need for us to get greater involvement into communities and to also have impactful research. And that is research that is privileged by the people. It's not about social work education asking the questions we want to ask anymore, but really engaging with communities so that they could tell us what questions we should be asking. And on that note, I have engaged on a personal level, and when I say personal level as a social work educator, understanding how perhaps Caribbean social work students and my students and you as practice teachers and agencies are finding some challenges. And I want to leave with one thing that I'm working on, and it's really called the Kayapa social work. I know Verna talks about a social work, a Caribbean social work model. Or, sorry, you're talking about your model. And I'm also going to say that this is perhaps a perspective that we can use for us, by us. So the word Kayapa, and we in Trinidad and Tobago use the word Gayap, is derived from the indigenous Cariña people. It's a term which describes the tradition of people getting together to complete a huge task, build a building, or a structure, or planting and reaping. And usually after that, there's some drumming and celebration. People make a little pilau, they cook and they exchange. And I call this social work perspective Kayapa social work because I've engaged with practice teachers, I've engaged with social work educators, and I've engaged with our students. And I recognize that this can be a reflective perspective of who we are. And so it's a commitment to those who are most marginalized and vulnerable. And it is rich in cultural heritage, no medicines. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have heard quite a bit about how persons have used home remedies and traditional remedies to help address some of their issues in building immunity and even in having an impact on their own experiences with COVID-19. And the practice is based on Caribbean shared values of community, of value for our environment. We're co-building a new eco-world, and so this eco-world has to be very much concerned with our environment, of the values of humanity and kindness, and the vigorous pursuit of social work's highest ideals of social structural issues of values such as social justice and human rights. And with that, I want to end my presentation and thank you, because and end by saying, we say that the time is right for social work, but the time has always been right for social work. Social work has always emerged in times of crisis. But the time is right now for us to be represented as Caribbean social workers on the global discussion of social work education, of theories, practice, and paradigms, which turn in, again, dovetail nicely into your discussion of paradigm shift. And so the call to action for us as social work educators would be to develop meaningful research that impacts on communities where they tell us what we need to study. And it is for us to see ourselves reflected in the practice and our clients reflected in the perspectives that we use, and for us to move together towards this GAIAP social work practice. Thank you.
That was a very, very rich presentation, Dr. Budram. And I am sure that a lot of our people online, and certainly even the participants in terms of what is considered the traditional community of social workers. And for somebody who is a non-social worker in the formal sense, I was really drawn to the idea of positing the importance of the Caribbean experience and our notions of how we, even by dint of what we're learning and teaching and learning, we are probably reinforcing unfair biases and prejudices that continue to undermine our sense of self. This, Minister, this is a great project to champion, I think, with the Ministry of Education, where we're seeing so much in terms of violence in schools, a lot of dislocation, a lot of school communities where they're coming from distressed families and families that are under. I mean, my mind was just going at a mile a minute. I think that there's some great synergies here, and it allows us to kind of break down the notion, sometimes justified, about the ivory tower kind of image that we have of the university and it not being at the center of social and cultural development. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm sure we're going to get some very good feedback on that. So very quickly now, Anthony, Sule, your turn. You're coming up here, or you're going to...
I will trump and follow suit.
Trump and follow. He played all fours, which I love, by the way. Okay, trump and follow suit.
I shall trump and follow suit. Let me start by saying good morning, and all protocols observed. Minister, thank you all very much, particularly Ministry of Social Development, for inviting me. I have mentioned previously, and I'll repeat that I do feel like the least of the apostles upon this on this presentation stage. Yeah, the least of the apostles, and coming after those presenters and kind of information, the kind of charisma, and so on, is a daunting task, right? But I do feel honored and privileged to be here amongst the panel, and I will do my utmost to represent. Let me start with a story. My first, well, it wasn't my first, but it was my first official job. I was applying to be a social worker. My first official job. Before that, I was a social worker intern, more or less, but I was applying to be a social worker, first official job. And I sat before the interview panel, and there were two gentlemen sitting on the opposite side of the desk, and a lady. And the interview was going quite well. I can orate pretty okay, so I was doing well in my interview. And then I got a question that came from left field. Now, I will not call the name of the person because the gentleman is quite well-known, I would believe. He was a quite well-known gentleman. And he asked us a question that sent me for a loop. There was no way to prepare for this question. And the question was a simple one. He asked, if we hired you, how would we be certain that you would not interfere with the young ladies and the people's girl children? How do you prepare for that? How do you prepare for that question? Because in my mind, there were several females who would have come before me who most likely would not have been asked that question. So it didn't matter if I asked them what questions they got. So that question sent me for a loop. To cut things short, I did eventually get the job and I answered the question quite well. At least I think so. Because I would have indicated to the gentleman I was raised by my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother, and she would roll in her grave if ever, any sort of conversation amongst the like would have come to bear with me and anybody's girl child or any client. As a matter of fact, it didn't have to be a girl child. It could have been an adult. And I explained to him that my ethics of my profession will never allow such a thing. For us to have this conversation about gender in social work, we first must have the uncomfortable conversation about what is gender. And so because I sit here, not with the layman, or not with clients, but I sit with colleagues, I throw it out to you, what is gender? Let us get a running definition, so that when we proceed with an understanding of what gender is. So, to the faces that stare at me, I stare back at you, and I ask, what is gender? Let's just come up with a definition. Anyone? Someone? When you hear the word gender, what comes to mind? Silence? Now, I'm hearing several murmurs, several statements, roles assigned by society, male and female. I'm hearing various murmurs. Orientation. Now, you see, one of the issues I think that we have is that when we have the conversation about gender, we don't all come on the same page. So that to start having this conversation, we kind of all have to start at the beginning of the book. We have to start at the same page. So for the sake of this conversation, I will define gender as a social construct that categorizes man and woman, boy and girl, within a given society. Can we agree to that? And we have to bear in mind that we're talking about the in the given society part of it is important because each society may decide what their gender structure looks like and the gender norms and so on and that sort of thing. Yes? Good. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have to be real with ourselves. And I'm taking a page out of Miss Verna St. Rhodes' page, her book. I've told her already that she is a role model of mine. And we'll have to speak plainly when we're having this conversation. So that in Trinidad and Tobago, let us be real, to some extent, gender is still a major determinant for many things. And so, I will maybe touch on some of these things, but I would want to get examples from you all. So when you hear me touch on a topic, feel free to think of an example and I will come over to you. One such thing, when we talk about gender and a disparity and a bias, is about social expectations and obligations. True or false? So when we talk about a disparity and a bias in social obligations and expectations, give me one such example. Anyone? No? Can't think of a single social expectation or bias that is gender fueled? Men must not cry. Isn't that a bias? Is that gender fueled bias and an expectation of society? Let me bring it to a humorous extent. Nobody ever asked me if I afraid cockroach. Nobody never asked me if I afraid to pick up dead rat. Yeah. However, the expectation is I have to man up. Cockroach in the house, I have to go and kill it. Snake creep in the house, I have to take it out. But what if I afraid snake? What about the biases in social relations and relationships? Are there gender biases in social relations and relationships? Yes, of course. Give me an example. Correct. So we're saying it's a good bias that men are expected always in a relationship to go and pay for the date. But give me another example, guys, of a bias in a relationship. All women must know how to cook. What kind of wife you gonna make if you can't cook? What? What? Oh my gosh. Well, I'll come to that. So let's tackle this one. That women must know their place. Now, I feel as though I'm in the wrong place to have this conversation. Yeah? So men must know that is a relationship bias that we do have. What was the point you brought up, sir? That a man cannot be a victim of abuse, and I'm guessing in a relationship. And those are biases that we hold. Those are gender biases that we hold for relationships. There are also biases that function within the household. There are gender biases that function in the household. Give me a gender bias in the household. Pardon? So a man should not or cannot be a house husband. The man's role and responsibility is to go out and work. Can't stay home and watch Young and Restless and cook. Nah, man. Yeah, no. So what about this continuous expectation where we continue to ascribe gender roles to the household, where men must do certain things in the house and women do certain things in the house. How correct? So how the household chores are assigned? Should that be based on gender, or should that just be based on personalities and disposition? What are you good at? And so when we start having this conversation and we start delving into the everyday functionings, we recognize that deep within our societal functioning, there are gender-based biases. Now, I know this may be a sore point and persons may tend to disagree, but to a lesser extent, professions in Trinidad. Are professions in Trinidad still bounded by gender biases? And before you answer that question, just take a look around. Just take a look around. Because despite the efforts of Dr. Boudram and persons of the ilk, there's still a perception that social work is a female profession. Is helping people, is caring, and so on, and that is not for men. Women are helpers, nurturers, they're born for that. Man is to go out and turn brick and stone and mix mortar. So even within our professions, there are gender-based biases. So that permeating throughout the entire society, within all of the institutions, we have some gender-based biases. Gender still determines, to a great extent, a person's overall well-being in terms of access and control over resources and opportunities. True or false? It's the truth. And it is something that must stay foremost in our minds as practitioners. We must be aware not only of the societal biases, but of our own biases as well. As a young man attending an all-boys school, there was a cultural practice for us to consider anything that was not extremely masculine as gay. So if you weren't extremely masculine, if you were into your attire a lot or whatever, everything that was not extremely masculine, and of course by masculine I mean here rough and rugged and untidy. So anything that was not that was categorized as gay. And I remember first entering into school, the tertiary education, and thinking to myself, and to a lecturer I believe I spoke to as well, and I said, listen, sir, I don't know how I'm going to handle somebody or work with somebody who has a difference in sexual orientation or representation in gender and so on. I don't know. That's not how I grew up, that's not what I know, I don't like it. And fortunately for me, I have lived long enough in the field to have had that ignorance wiped. We have to be cognizant of our biases. What worked well for me is that I was aware of my bias. And because I was aware of it, I exposed myself and I worked on that. And changing that bias has made me better for it. Now, as I mentioned previously, we need to be cognizant of the many biases that we have and stereotypes, because you know, in Trinidad and Tobago, we like to stereotype everything and everybody. Everything must fit neatly into a box that we can check. Else it's not making sense. I iterate, we need to examine what are our biases, what biases we have on gender, and how will that impact upon our practice? In her research on social work and gender-based and gender biases, Yaroshenko identified the correlation between the low level of gender competence of social workers, practitioners, the challenges for gender education of social workers, and the gender-sensitive social work practice within a country. All of that simply to say, if they don't educate you about your gender bias, if they don't have education programs that teach you how to control and deal with those gender biases, what's going to happen is your general practice as a social worker is going to be impacted significantly by those biases. Doesn't that just make sense? So then I have to reiterate again that we need to be cognizant of the biases that we hold. With? I realized one more time I'm going already. All right. Now, I'll fast track and say this. It is therefore imperative for social work and the social services community to continue pushing for a more gender-sensitive based education and training facility. We must push education, gender education and gender bias-based functioning, and that must happen at all levels of social work functioning. And in closing, I will leave you with the words of John F. Kennedy. One person can make a difference, and everyone must try. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sule. You were so sweet to take my cue and not have me stand here and give you a nudge. Thank you very much. So we've had quite a mixed bag of perspectives from the panel. We're going to move very quickly, and I hope we're not going to be losing our online audience, because we want to recognize that the ministry team has already pulled a whole number of questions, and so some of which you may be able to address today, and continue to encourage you to post your questions and comments in the chat, so that the team at the ministry is able to glean not just what happens today, but how it informs things going forward with their various programs, etc. So my Media 21 colleagues, I'm going to have to vacate the podium, I think, because the next part of the program is we're going to have some testimonials, and I'm told that we want to encourage people to use the podium. So maybe I could have a cordless? Yeah, okay. So I'd first like to ask Elizabeth Villarreal from the Social Welfare Division to join us at the podium. And what we have here is some perspectives from the staff and others. Or testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed, and not as a plug to being awarded the Social Worker of the Year award, but well, today marks 25 years since I've been employed with Social Welfare Division. Starting to work on it from now. Coming into Social Welfare Division was a change of a job for me. It meant an increase in salary and to be in a better position to provide for my family. At that time, I did not know about social work and what it entails. Later, because of the exposure from being employed as a social welfare advisor and my subsequent education in social work, I got a greater appreciation of social work as a helping profession. Notwithstanding this, as a new social welfare advisor, I was told that my role was not that of a social worker. So therefore, I could not do counseling, give counseling. But despite what the establishment said, I saw myself as a social worker in my organization. However, while pursuing my degree in social work, I learned to appreciate my work, my role at Social Welfare Division, and I understand that there are many types of social workers, and some who may not be formally trained, but continue to provide excellent human service. Given the workload in social welfare, it could be overwhelming and challenging to maintain the right work-life balance. I believe that it is the training that I received that allowed me to handle it. Unfortunately, this is not a popular view. To anyone toying with the idea of starting a career in social work, especially at the Social Welfare Division, you must be very committed to the field and know that this job requires hard work, sacrifices, and discipline. You must be committed to the organization and to your vulnerable clients who depend on you to advocate on their behalf, to help empower and transform their lives. You must be cognizant of your duties to be able to carry them out within the laws and regulations, and not to be involved in any unethical practices. Social workers, and especially those in Social Welfare Division, make many sacrifices. You can ask my family. Sacrifices to our health. Many of us suffer from lifestyle diseases as a result of the stressful nature of the job. Stressors such as heavy caseload, as well as the need to meet stringent deadlines in order to deliver effective and efficient service to our clients. I believe that because of the exposure to social work principles that I am able to practice self-care and guard my mental health. I would advocate that all social welfare advisors be exposed to the training in social work. In this time more than ever, as a result of the emergent issues of the pandemic, the principles of social work are needed more than ever. As an essential worker, I, along with my colleagues, were on duty to ensure that citizens whose financial situations were negatively impacted by the pandemic were able to access grants so that they could provide for their families. The pandemic has also served to identify the gaps which exist, such as the need for contingent measures to be put in place. It also highlighted the need for a cadre of trained social workers in our society to be able to respond to unforeseen circumstances in a seamless manner. In my time of introspection and self-reflection, I have recognized the valuable life lessons I have gained. I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the lives of individuals, most of whom are our most vulnerable members of society. Similarly, through mentoring and guidance, I have been able to assist social work students through their practicum and thereby contribute to what is becoming one of the fastest growing professions. I believe that this is important because it allows for institutional strengthening. The time is right to ensure that our future social workers are properly trained. One of the ministry's contribution, I believe, to the future of social work should be to ensure that as part of our mandate, policy should be formulated to support practicum placement. And personally, as a social worker, one of my greatest joy as a social worker was the impact I had on my own daughter, who, when it was time to decide, chose a career path in social work. She is now pursuing her master's in social work. In social work, you never stop learning and evolving. After 25 years, I continue to learn new things every day. So for the future, as I grow in my social work life, I hope that I can leave my mark as a social worker and contribute to informing policy to assist the vulnerable in our society, not just to depend on the various grants, but to empower our clients to be the best that they can be and improve their quality of life, as well as to find a way to ensure greater recognition for the hard-working social workers in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. So we're going to move this a little quickly along. The next 3 minutes goes to Farisha Mohammed from the National Family Services Division. Farisha.
Pleasant good day to everyone, all protocols observed. As I stand here today, let me first say that I stand as a representative of all my colleagues at the National Family Services Division for the years of work that we have put in, and seeing something like this symposium today, it really warms our heart in knowing that we are appreciated by the ministry and the division that we function out of. I wasn't too sure I was going to say this, but as the speaker before me went by, and I've been hearing it from everyone sitting here today, impacts that we have on the lives of persons and our immediate families, our clients. And today I stand proudly as the newest parent, and I see Dr. Bodram is smiling, to a male social worker in Trinidad and Tobago. In difficult times, we must commit ever more vigorously to social work's highest ideals: compassion, commitment to those who are most marginalized and vulnerable, relentless pursuit of social justice, and embracing diversity and dignity for others. It is absolutely a prime time to do social work. This was said by Neil B. Gutterman. Social work's basic aim to serve and empower people who are most vulnerable, marginalized, othered, and excluded. The profession's ability to carry out its purpose is always evolving. In order to improve, effect ethical and socially fair practices, social workers are increasingly relying on rigorous science to drive innovation. It is stepping upstream with proactive services and interventions to avoid negative outcomes. It is expanding globally as more nations look to social workers to handle the implications of social inequality, human displacement, trauma, and other transnational issues. An insight into the typical day in the life of a family service social worker. While social work is a very rewarding profession, we prioritize the needs of our clients. As social workers, we must respect our clients' bravery in seeking and in receiving assistance in the most sensitive aspects of their lives. We spend our days supporting people who are struggling with complicated psychological, physical, social, and financial problems. We assist low-income families and victims of abuse, provide counseling, advice, and direction to people who would otherwise be unable to change their situation. While spending all day with people who are confused, afraid, and bothered by problems may appear dismal, we, the social workers, view the profession as one that adds value to individuals, families, communities, and society at large. Imagine a child that have reported that they have been a victim of sexual abuse, incest, and a parent who is confused and in total denial, a victim who is battered and needs to find immediate, safe spaces for self and children, a separation of families that leave children and parents hurt, dysfunctional, and in despair, an elderly who is being physically and financially abused, persons who are suicidal and have no hope. These are some of the scenarios that we are faced with on a regular, if not daily basis. Great adversity which leads us to the knowledge base and skill set of this professional. As family service social workers, we are required to be knowledgeable and respectful of clients' cultural backgrounds and must, as stated by the National Association of Social Workers, examine our own cultural backgrounds and identities while seeking out the necessary knowledge, skills, and values that enhance the delivery of service to people with varying cultural backgrounds. Additionally, we acquire knowledge of laws of Trinidad and Tobago, the division within the Ministry of within the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, as well as external governmental and non-governmental organizations. We do this in hope that we may find resources and professionals that are able to assist in building resilience in our clients. It enhances networking skills and makes the task at hand easier. Social work, in our capacity, requires a diverse and demanding range of professional, emotional, and cognitive skills. Therefore, we possess the skills of empaths, active listeners, boundary setters, having social perspectives, self-awareness, organizers, coordinators. We sometimes have to persuade, cooperate, and decompress ourselves. And as one of my colleagues reminded me, we are sometimes financiers and financial advisors. Finally, we wear the hats of advocates, facilitators, brokers, case managers, and organizers. What we envision the future of social work to be. We must envision it in a multitude of exciting and creative approaches that meets the professional goals of increasing human well-being while we attain social justice for the disadvantaged population. The profession's leaders have mapped out many roadmaps for us by which we can be guided for the future. We would like to see things such as animal-assisted therapy, music therapy, art therapy, and other therapies which are being studied and may become useful as it is evidence-based treatments that can be used in the near future. As the environment background changes with time, so will the profession of social work. The tools at the disposal of social workers have changed and will continue to evolve. The aim and ideals of the profession will influence these changes. There is always hope for a future in which everyone is respected, treated fairly, assisted in achieving their life goals, and valued as individuals. We, the social workers in the past, we see that social workers in the past have transformed hope into tangible change, and we expect that future social workers will do the same. Thank you.
Okay, the next 3 minutes goes to Naida Andrews from the Division of Aging. Naida.
Pleasant good day all protocols observed. My name is Naida Andrews, and I am a trained social worker attached to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. My experience and training has allowed me to work with children, community, and well, presently I am working with the elderly. I am attached to the Division of Aging as an inspector. The work we do at the Division of Aging is dynamic, and it calls for a creative and integrated approach to the delivery of service. I would describe my desire to become a social worker as both a choice and a calling. I grew up in the community of Laventille. So for me, better than anyone else, I believe I understood what was needed by, I would say, my people. I understood the needs expressed by most of the people in my community. So for me, I was ready to help. I was ready to engage. I was ready to go out there and do what I had to do, to help. So for me, I would say social work, being a social worker, means social justice. It means helping. It means giving. So with my first job as a social worker, I adorned my cape and I buckled my belt and I went outside prepared to be the hero, to go out there and prepare to work. But I was shocked. I mean, you hear the stories and you do the theory and you prepare yourself to go out there, but when you're really faced with the reality of some of these situations that our people are experiencing out there, it was a real shocker. So for me, as well as realizing that it meant social justice and helping and going out there and doing your best to really provide for the people who couldn't provide for themselves, I also realized that it encompassed feelings of helplessness, burnout, as well as sadness at sometimes. Yeah, because sometimes we go out and in the Division of Aging, the work we do is so dynamic. We have so many situations where we want to help, but because of the remits of the work involved, or because of certain limitations, we have to just make do with what we have. So my inspectors, my colleagues at the Division of Aging, many times we have been called to go beyond the call of duty, just to help. So for me, being a social worker has taught me to be thankful. It has taught me to be appreciative. It has taught me that self-care is very, very important. Because just as Mrs. St. Rose has said, you go out there and you do your best and you want to help everyone. And at the end of the day, it's energy that is being burned. And if you don't replenish, then you have nothing to give. So to the upcoming social workers, for those who are aspiring to be social workers, I would advise that the best tool you could bring to the fore or to the table is self, authentic self, real self, without being judgmental. And it takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of practice because we have been in situations where, we would want to give a judgment based on an experience or based on something that we would have encountered before, but that is not the right thing to do. So for those coming up, the best tool you could bring to the fore is self. Because as I said before, I grew up in Laventille, and as much as I understood what was needed by my people, as much as I was equipped with the theory to go out there and really implement change, the reality is you really have to use what you have, and that is self. You have to really sometimes take a step back and look and really give thanks, as well as put yourself in the position of the person and try your best to meet them where they are at the present time. So that would be all for my presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Naida. Thank you very much. I'd like to call Mr. Bertrand Moses, Coordinator, Child Affairs, Gender and Child Affairs Division.
Good day, everyone. All right, so, let me tell you something. I love social workers, Confession, you all ready for a confession, or? My first love was a social worker. So I feel like I belong here. Let me tell you all a story. Ready for a story? Now, I need to give a disclaimer. I work with children, gender and child affairs, OPM, so if you see RL vibes, it's cool. Somebody say boom. Nah, man, it's a celebration of social workers today, right? Somebody say boom. Oh, yeah, that we're talking about. Yo, let me tell you all a story. Picture this. Golden Girls with the lady from Sicily. Now, picture this, 1962. But hear this. Picture this. This little boy from Bago having dreams. I want to change the world. I want to make a difference. So the little boy get a national scholarship, and then he place him in Trinidad. And where they place him? In NFS. But not just NFS. They place him with the youth division, going to Chatham and Presto. So this little Bago boy say, yeah, man, send me Presto, Chatham, Couva. Meanwhile, I'm like, but where them places is, boy? But I don't know where them places is. But I saying, yeah, we going. So I sit down, we driving. I say, it must be an island, must be Coney Island. We going and thing, man. And you walk into Presto, and it's young boys rejected by society. And you walk into Couva, and it's the running boy going through cane fields. And at that moment, the Bago boy realized, you see out there, social workers is boss. Somebody say an amen in here today. That's what we're talking about. So I want to take this moment to big up P.S. Johnson for believing in me. And of course, Miss Pascal. I see P.S. Johnson as a mentor to me. Because all I had was a dream. But she put me in the right hands to start off with a social worker. I want to call some names. Can I call names today? I want to start with Anola Cox. Anybody know that name? They put me to go on. No, I was living in Arima. I don't know nothing but Trinidad. So they put me to go from Arima to Couva one day, Arima to Presto, Chatham, never know. And I remember going in Miss Cox's office in Couva. First time really going there. And I sat down with her. And let me tell you, when she connects with you with her eyes, and she talks to you, you understand what's going on the ground. And she narrated a young man's story to me. A young man who had been abandoned. His mother had died from HIV. And the father was the one with him. And she said, I want you to talk to this young man. And I sat down with that young man, and the love and respect that young man had for her. I said, that is social work. That is woman, and woman is boss. Sorry, social workers are the boss. Because the thing is, if we really step back and we think about the gender bias, if we really sit down and think about it, the research says it's clear, says it quite clear. When you work with clients, it's not the theory that's going to change things, It's the love and relationship, true or false? And she had that down pat. So I encourage you to read a book, Memoirs of a Boy Soldier by Ishmael Bear, that talks about a boy who was 11 years old and forced to be a child soldier, forced to kill his own parents. But he met a caring professional person. Can I have a witness in here today? A caring professional person that changed his life until he became an advocate in the UN for child soldiers. That is love. Number 2, I want to talk about, I put on my script here, so I'm going from my head because I know we're running out of time. Number 2, I want to talk about my experience working as a social worker with student support services. And big man thing, I want to be real. I remember meeting someone who said there was a young lady who was being prostituted by her mother, and someone told me, see, leave she alone, there's nothing you could do. How could we turn our backs on the children who need us the most? We know the adverse childhood experiences survey with thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that says the more you expose a child to adverse experiences, the worse their outcomes in life. So if a child experiences abuse, if the child experiences a death of a parent, if a child experiences incest or alcoholism from a parent, they will end up with heart attacks, they will end up with mental health issues, they will end up with a lot of determinants. I want to beg of you all as social workers on the ground, I know things hard, but I believe your reward is bigger than you'll ever know. Because the lives that you'll touch and you'll save, you could never, ever, ever, ever be rewarded for that. And I want to say from that, please, I beg of you, make noise. Make noise. This lady makes noise. And that's what we know her, true or false. Mahatma Gandhi made noise, true or false. Martin Luther King made noise, true or false. And make some noise and advocate for the ones who need it the most because they do not have the voice. So when we call a national policy consultation, show up now. Sometimes I call national child policy consultations in Tobago all over Trinidad. And you hardly see people show up. But I want to tell you this. When I sat down in a policy consultation and I looked in the eyes of a child and the child said to me, so you know what we really need, big man thing? So you know what we really need and thing? Well, bro, you know what we need from them adults and thing, bruh? Well, bro, we need love. How we could put love in a policy? That shows that that's lacking in the nation. That's all that we need to do. So when you're policy consultation, you'll show up and talk, because I remember the voices of children and adults, people with disabilities who showed up and said, we have to do this to fight. We need this. And that sticks with me, and those things end up in policy. I sat with P.S. Johnson in meetings, including the voices of children and adults such as yourself. And as we end with the third one, which I hope I remember, because I put on my script, the third one I want to talk about is my experience working with the social work department in the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex. With Helena, I think Dr. Helena Joseph, right? Yeah, I know the people and think, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So I remember sitting down with her and going through all the cases of mothers affected by HIV. And I remember for the first time sitting in a room with someone living with HIV, and the compassion shown by a social worker was so touching. And looking at the mother and how she was affected and the child being born, fortunately, because they weren't exposed to HIV because of the medication. Social workers, medical social workers, you all changed the world. All I want to do today is say, honestly, I am not a social worker, I'm a psychotherapist, that's my training. But I didn't realize until I sat down today, I should have been a social worker, though. You know what I mean? And I want to say, all I want you all to feel is what the young people ask for from us in Child Affairs. Give us love. I want you all to know you all are seen, you all are heard, you all are valued, you all are appreciated. You all make a difference in many young lives, because you never know. And you all know this years later. Some child comes back to you and says, you see you, sir? I appreciate you, dog. You see you, miss? Thank you. And I could testify for myself that has happened in my life. Big up yourself, congratulations, and the time is right for social workers.
Thank you very much. Boy, that was a Dr. Cassandra presentation. We get an injection in the midsection. Thank you very much. I know that we're running on time. I'm looking for a cue from Natalie, because we had one more presentation from that table. I know we feel badly that we want to cut. Minister has to leave at 1. So, Minister, we crave your indulgence for the last presentation. And some Q&A, yeah. So are we... Sorry? So what? Okay, all righty. So we're going to take a few. We had a pile of questions. I'll go with the last one that came in first, because this one seems to be very motivational. How can a person be employed as a social worker? What requirements are needed? What makes you stand out from the rest? Maybe someone from the ministry would take that one very quickly.
We need to tell them don't.
Is that, well, we don't have, so maybe on this table?
No, do it.
Kathleen, we need mics, please. No, that's it?
To be a social worker, the minimum qualifications would be a bachelor in social work, social sciences, and or psychology.
No, you see any problem, right?
Sorry?
Nothing.
I agree with you 100%, hence the reason why I'm currently trying to rewrite that job description. This is followed, no, this is just what I am given, right? 3 to 5 years, at least with our division, National Family Services Division, 3 to 5 years of experience in the field, or that's it. Some experience in counseling, and I would like to add to that, and I have added in my my revision, volunteer work, community work, using your practicum experience as part of that experience, because normally it's just within the division or where you would have worked before. I'm asking for more of that outreach. Let me see, and it could be with your church, it could be with a youth group, it could be any sort of volunteer work that you have done, to include that as part of the qualifications for becoming a social worker. Yes, that is the...
Right, so I guess there's some internal work is what you're suggesting there, that maybe even the ministry needs to be looking at what it needs to be doing. So that's...
Yes, we are looking at that right now, and that JD is being revised.
Great. All right, so we want to get some other questions in. Thank you, Kathleen. There's one here that I saw that I thought was in... Can a focus be placed on decentralized, community-based interventions to assist with services that are beyond the current limitations of the ministry, such as the provision of wheelchairs and the organization of community services and support such as hampers, homework centers, and job seeking? Oh, this is a long one. So they're asking for a lot of things here, but it basically, I think the gist of this question might be, is there value in talking about more decentralized services from the ministry so that it has an impact in the communities? Anybody wants to take that? Again, that's a kind of ministry question.
That's a ministry question. But realistically speaking,
I could probably speak a
Yeah,
little to
sure.
that, because I mean, discussions around decentralization has been something that has been very topical, and I think we have to address that on different levels. So the first level is, yes, units that can go into train social workers to go into communities. But an important part of the social work profession is also institutional strengthening and capacity building of community serving organizations and community organization. And so what we need to do is to have more social workers responsible for community development, where it's not just up to one social worker to service entire communities, but it's about building the capacity of NGOs and community-based organizations within communities to deliver these services that are decentralized. It's really about empowering communities to address themselves, because, you know, we always say that they experience the sights and sounds and smells of their community best. And so they are experts in addressing those situations. So from, there are multiple ways to have decentralized services, but community organization is certainly one of the imperatives for developing a strategy for community work.
And from my untrained ear, in terms of what you're talking about, it talks again about synergies between ministries, because if you're talking about community development, you actually have a ministry that is community development. So those conversations need not be so, we have to move away from them being so siloed, is basically what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure the minister and her
Could
team
I
are
just
taking copious notes. Yes, yeah.
Could I just add one thing?
Yeah.
I worry when I hear stuff in community development, because somehow that equates to buildings, building community centers, and bringing in people from outside to do the work that needs to be done. We don't talk about building the economic base of the community. We don't talk about developing the skills in the community for people to be employed in the communities and having it stay there. So what happens very often, an organization or a group of people come in, they do some work, they go, and then when the community needs something else, they have to employ them again to come in. So I think decentralization, yes. I am convinced that social workers should be in communities. This Port of Spain and San Fernando centric thing doesn't work. Let people, let social workers function from within the community and let them understand, because community development, when last have we trained people in terms of how to be in communities, how to be with people and respect their spaces, how to understand their history? What about cultural and environmental literacy? Yeah, you cannot help people that you do not understand, that you do not like, that you hold in disdain. And when we talk about certain communities, we hear the disdain from a lot of us. So I think that this is critical, but it needs a lot of sorting through and planning and sitting down and doing. Because we have all these fabulous documents that speak to international organizations, and the jargon is right. But to get our finger on the pulse and to do what is best for the community from the people in the community doesn't happen.
I think from the questions, and we got quite a, I want to acknowledge the online participation because I have 3 pages of questions here, which sends a very, very clear signal that people who are looking on, whether they're social workers or they're community-based organizations or just ordinary citizens like myself, they're very interested in what the ministry is doing and what some of these things are. And I think a lot of these questions are going to be able to be funneled towards, because quite a few of them have to do with training, for example, asking how to join the Society for Social Workers to be able to practice in Trinidad and Tobago. How do we as social workers implement the acts of Trinidad and Tobago? You know, the synergies with things like the Mental Health Act and those kinds of things. But there was one here that jumps out. So I said those could actually be bunched into and sort of sent off to for you all to address. Why is the industry so understaffed? You want to take that one?
If I may, I do not agree with that statement. In the first instance, I think every year the schools of social work from the University of the West Indies, USC, Nazarene, all of these people graduate at all levels, right? Associate, bachelors, and masters. So I do not believe that we are understaffed. What I think is that we have not understood social work in the way we should understand it, in terms from a practice model. So we have social workers who are placed in places where they should not be placed, and we have other people doing what we should be doing, right? And for the very existence, when you advertise a social work position and you ask for social work, psychology, criminology, and any other human service, it's a disrespect. And so when you hire psychologists and others to act as social work, then the people who graduate as social workers do not have a job. And so that is why in my delineation earlier, we spoke to legislation who will regulate the industry, that will speak to what is a social worker, the levels of social worker, the qualification, and so that all ministries and other private and or public entities will follow in line. So when a social worker is hired, they are hired with social work, right? So that's number one. Number two, I also think that we need to do an audit of all our social services in the country and realize where we fit our social workers. For example, I would have been advocating vehemently that social workers should be in every community center, just like Andy Werner said. This should be a permanency, and every social worker should be in every health center in the country as well. That's supposed to be, in my view, a staff position there. And what that does, it helps you to understand your community at a personal level, and it also gives the people in the community an opportunity at first instance. From the time you start to smell a problem in your house, you know it have a social worker in the community center. You know it have a social worker in the health center. And above all, our religious sectors from across the board, whether it is Pundit, Muslim, Baptist, all of these churches and religious organizations should also employ social work in their community work. This is what we need to do as social workers. We need to begin to operate from the ground so we can understand our community better, and that is the only way we can serve and we can help and we can develop our communities.
I want to add to that, you know. I think that's well said, and I want to add to that. I want to add to that by saying I think it's also a lack of understanding by persons as to exactly who or what a social worker is and what is required. So because if I take a hamper from here and give to a lady down the road, I am now a social worker because I give somebody a hamper. And so if that is the case, then I don't need to hire somebody who is trained in social. I don't need 10 or 12 or so on persons to fit here. I could take the secretary from my office and give her a hamper to give the person. I could ask the security downstairs to hand this person something. I could network with that. And if there's a lack of appreciation and understanding of the profession and the value that the profession brings, then we won't do the things that you say. We won't add extra numbers. We won't put social workers in community centers. We won't, because I would want to take it even a step further. I would want to go as far as to say that we should take social workers from the communities to perform within the communities. Because what you want is like the young lady who spoke previously, you want somebody who understands the community, who came from it, who feels. So when somebody comes and says, I don't have water, I haven't had water for 2 weeks, I know because I didn't have water either. You know, so that I think we have to get a better appreciation, and we need to push, I think, for the powers that be to understand and appreciate the value in what a social worker is and what they bring to the table.
Great. Well, you know, I have the unpleasant task of having to wrap this session, and I can't even do a proper wrap in terms of, you know, summarizing some of the key things that came out of your presentations, but everything is online. And Minister wants to says, Minister wants, she has the mic. She has the prerogative. She paid for this, so.
I was trying to tell you I wanted to say something.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I just want to agree with what everyone said, but there's one thing I want to add, though. One is concerning the job spec. I looked at the job spec, and of course it needs to be updated. It is clear. Based on what I saw, it is clear that that job spec is very archaic. And of course, you all are the ones, because somebody was saying that you must agitate. You all are the ones to come and agitate about that, because you can't be performing with a job spec that really is outdated. That job spec and what you're doing is not, you know, even the qualifications, we need to look at that. Because a degree in social work, or what I saw, the other requirements, that has to change, all right? But a degree in social work does not make you a social worker. I want you to know that, because we may hire persons with a relevant degree, but you have no passion for the job. You don't care about people, you don't like people, and that is a job you must have a passion, okay? It is not just about, okay, I graduated and we put you to work, because that is what happens in the ministry, basically. You will have the qualification, and you're placed, you know, to speak to people, go out into the field. But there must be some other training, like some community training or something, because our job involves, and I'm saying our, community work also, which is an area that we have to start to look at. It's not just about staying in the office anymore, but we need to meet people in the community. Because by going into the community is when you see and get a true picture of what is happening out there. And that's why we have been talking about this community outreach program that we want to do with family services, where we want to meet persons and be able to deal with them. Because, for example, as a social worker, what I have found is that someone would come in, and they would come into the office, they would have a problem. We may deal with one problem, but as a social worker, you must be able to identify that this issue is bigger than what you see, and be able to pass them on or make a referral. This sometimes does not happen. There are some, maybe the experienced ones will pick up on that. So therefore, you see where there's a need for more training in some areas. So just someone coming in and you're putting them to work as a social worker, it is not just enough. There must be a little more training. I think we need another level of training of persons. So that's part, retraining and continuous training. And that's part of the problem. You know, when I came, I looked at the estimates, and at one point I saw that there was no money for training. And I was appalled, because I'm saying we must have continuous training. This is something we have to keep trying to make sure that we have money in those votes so we could continuously train persons. And these are some of the things that we're looking at this moment. So just to say that.
Well, they need less money in national security and more money in social, because then we won't have the crime, and we won't need to be having more guns and more of those kinds of interventions. Yeah. Okay, so. But
that requires
I think that the conversation was so rich. There were so many great presentations. There are a couple of takeaways, and all of the presentations, Natalie, are going to be online. All of the presentations, I'm sure, are going to be repurposed and will be found online. I think as I hand back to Nicole, I just again want, as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, to really say that it'd be very helpful. We are getting a lot of chatter. I just want to say my own personal thanks to all of you for the yeoman service that you do. And certainly, I am thinking in my head for my next phase, with them kind of qualifications, Kathleen, I ain't gonna make it. But I certainly would like to be, because what I do, by nature of what I do, is social development. And so there must be ways in which you can tap into the kind of human capital that we have that's really going to help to build a more equitable and resilient Trinidad and Tobago. That's what we're aiming for. So without further ado, thank you all very much. And I'm going to hand you back to Nicole to wrap things up. I'm going to leave all my mess here until we're done. Eh?
Thank you. Wasn't that a rich, filled with nuggets? I was sitting there and saying to myself, wow, I think I want to get into social work. Even though I'm hearing the challenges, but I'm hearing the benefits, I'm hearing the passion of you all. And, you know, when you go into those communities and people saying, the cavalry has arrived, we really do appreciate you. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. Could you just give yourselves a round of applause? Could you give the panelists a round of applause? Thank you so much for your wisdom. We know that our minister has to run for the time being. She's going to the communities to see the centenarians. So she, again, is one of those, what are we calling them? Social workers, yes? Thank you, Minister. Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ms. Jasmine Pascal, to move a vote of thanks for us.
Good afternoon, everyone, and in the interest of time, all protocols observed. It is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks to all those who made this event possible. I wish to firstly thank Minister Cox for her kind words and her continued commitment to the development of the staff at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. I also wish to thank Mr. Hanif Benjamin, President and other executive members of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Social Workers for their willingness to partner with the ministry on this initiative. We look forward to continued opportunities to work with your organization in this regard. In addition to Mr. Benjamin, gratitude is also expressed to our capable panelists, Mrs. Verna St. Rose, Grace, Dr. Sharalad Budram, and Mr. Soleil Joseph, for their invaluable contributions, which I am sure have left us with a lot to think about as we move forward. I also acknowledge our social workers who shared their life experiences with us. To our moderator, Ms. Josanne Leonard, thank you for your skilled guidance of these discussions on such pertinent issues to the social sector landscape and for adding to the richness of this dialogue. Ms. Nisha Guy, the 2014 Digital Rising Star, thank you for adding your lovely voice in Serenade at our symposium. And I would like us to give her. Oh, she gone? Okay. This is my. I was moved by her rendition. Yes. To all social workers in our ministry and throughout Trinidad and Tobago, thank you for your dedication, commitment, and service. To our MC, Ms. Nicole Larson, thank you. To my colleagues of the ministry, thank you for the various roles you each played towards the success of today's activities. The planning and organizing team of the Corporate Communications and Education Unit. Finally, on behalf of Senator the Honorable Donna Cox and the ministry's executive, I would like to express my appreciation to all the participants gathered here and virtually for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend and contribute towards this national dialogue on social work. I encourage you to invite your colleagues and friends to visit our Facebook page to view the recording of today's event so that they can benefit from the valuable insights and recommendations as we move forward. Thank you again, and may God bless you all.
Okay, I do believe we have a special presentation at this time. And this is to our panelists, a small token of our appreciation. Do we need a mic for that? Okay, great, great. Okay, okay. All right. So we're going to put it on the tables now? Oh, yeah, it's already. Okay, so I believe okay, so once again, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to be with you for the last 3 or 4 hours, celebrating you social workers. We have a lot of work to do, but I'm pretty sure that you are excited to know that we're on the same team and we're working together. May God continue to richly bless you and your families. Thank you so much. Hello? Okay, so we are off now, so we could stay and we can really get into this now, right?